This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. In February of 2024, Cody Roberts ran over a wolf with a snowmobile, brought it muzzled into a bar, and then shot it, setting off a firestorm of outrage across the globe. Although Roberts paid $250 last March toward a citation for violating Wyoming game and fish regulations against possessing wildlife, nearly 18 months later, a grand jury called for Roberts' indictment on a charge of felony cruelty to animals. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that to secure a conviction in this case, the top prosecutor in Sublette County will have to walk a tightrope of legal provisions and exceptions.
Really tricky because there's a felony cruelty to animals statute from 2024 that he can use that was in place at the time of the alleged torment, but it has an exception for lawful taking of wildlife. He can't point to Roberts' earlier citation for unlawfully possessing wildlife because that actually doesn't cover wolves. So then he has to look at the four verbs within that exception and see whether what Roberts allegedly did is covered under a verb that's not within the exception.
There's also concerns that the case might open the door to animal cruelty allegations being brought against hunters or ranchers protecting their livestock from predators. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines spoke to experts on both sides of that question.
There is some concern that applying felony cruelty to animal charges in a wildlife case could spill over and have some negative effects on hunting or agriculture. Like a rancher goes to shoot a coyote that's killing his sheep and makes not the best shot and hits a coyote in the leg. Is he now going to face cruelty to animal charges? I've heard other people saying, nah, it applies properly to this case, but there's no real chance that it's going to spill over into other incidents and be misapplied to other cases. But that debate is out there.
In its 2025 legislative session, the state legislature passed a law criminalizing cruelty to wildlife. But prior to that, the state did have a felony animal cruelty law on the books, but it was routinely charged in cases involving domestic animals. As of Thursday, the Red Canyon Fire, the largest active wildfire in Wyoming, has burned nearly 127,000 acres in the southeastern corner of the Bighorn Basin and is 31% contained. Ranchers in the path of the huge fire are watching helplessly as their winter forage burns up. Cowboy State Daily's Jackie Dorothy spoke to several families who are now having to make heartbreaking decisions, like selling off their herds rather than watching them starve.
There's several issues, not just the grazing. We got the water loss, we got the grazing, and we also have the historic knowledge that these cows have. This is their home, so you have these cows that have calves every year, and they know where to take their calves. The ranchers who have had their rangeland devastated by this fire don't know quite the extent of the damage. They don't know if some of their pastures are even usable, and they also don't know if the BLM will allow them back on for up to 3 years.
Fire restrictions have been enacted throughout Wyoming, including Yellowstone National Park, as summer heat and low precipitation continue to dry out the parched landscape. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Find expert vascular care right here in Wyoming. Wyoming Interventional and Vascular Associates, or WIVA, is a division of Casper Medical Imaging and is home to experienced subspecialized physicians and physician assistants who provide comprehensive services to treat vascular disease. From PAD and AAA to venous disease, WIVA offers tailored solutions to get you back to enjoying the things you love. Schedule a consultation with WIVA today at caspermedicalimaging.net/WIVA or by calling 307-577-1003.
The age-old tale of predator and prey played out in dramatic fashion Sunday when a black bear in a full sprint chased down and killed a mule deer doe in full view of one of Yellowstone National Park's busiest highways. Cody residents Lauren and Cameron Newton were driving by and watched it happen. They told Outdoors reporter Mark Hines that it was a matter of having the incredible luck of being in just the right place at just the right time.
They were driving by just in time to catch a black bear chasing down and tackling and killing a mule deer doe. They think the doe might have had a previous injury, perhaps from getting clipped by a car there on the Sylvan Pass Highway. And I did talk to a bear expert in Canada, and she said, oh yeah, black bears, if they have the opportunity, if they have the opening to do something like that, they'll take advantage. They will chase down and kill a deer. So nothing unnatural, but it was just, again, these folks say they visit Yellowstone all the time. They've never seen anything like that or even close.
While the park always has something interesting to offer, it might be impossible to top the experience of watching a bear chase down a deer. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Corr for Cowboy State Daily.
When it comes to making plans, you are the best. Those 9 months were also 273 days of planning. What about your daughter's first costume party? It was out of this world. And let's not forget those barbecues you plan in detail for your family and your more vegetarian by the day best friends. That surprise party for your parents' golden anniversary? You get the golden planning. The same way you plan each detail for those moments, start planning to protect you and your loved ones from a natural disaster. Sign up for local weather and emergency alerts. Prepare an emergency kit and make a family communications plan. Protecting your family is the best plan you can make.
Yeah, it's the Cowboy State Daily Show on a finally Friday edition, August 22. We're going to take a look at why it took a year and a half to finally bring a grand jury indictment and charge Cody Roberts, the wolf torturer. Implications of that case: could hunters be on the hook for wounding a deer, let's say, instead of making an effective kill shot? Mark Hines dives into that. Cold front is on the way next week. That should help firefighting efforts as the Red Canyon fire continues to burn up winter forage and leave ranchers in a real bind. Some are thinking about selling off their cattle. That's the only thing. That or watch them starve. Laramie County Fire Chief pleads not guilty to starving his son. Another fire chief pleads guilty to stealing money out of the muscular dystrophy fundraising boot. Shame, shame. What's wrong with these fire chiefs? And we'll take a look at the weather forecast. We got a lot to cover here on a Friday, so we got to move nimbly. Casper, chance of rain, mainly late afternoon, otherwise mostly sunny, breezy, 83s. Mostly sunny in Riverton, 87 degrees today. See a transition weekend this weekend, though. Everything changing weather-wise over the weekend. Evanston, chance of rain in the afternoon, otherwise mostly sunny, 86. Pinedale, sunny, 83 today with a few wind gusts, mostly sunny and 93 in Alpine. I can't remember Alpine being so warm compared to the rest of the state. I'm going to ask Don Day, what's up with Alpine? And they've never been this hot. Alpine. Slight chance of rain in the afternoon in DuBois, otherwise sunny, breezy, 79. Jackson, 88 and sunny. Thermopolis, maybe some rain in the afternoon, otherwise sunny and 84. Cody, 77 with perhaps rain in the afternoon. Buffalo, chance of rain anytime really after 11 in the morning, otherwise partly sunny, highs 74. Sheridan, chance of rain mainly before noon, mostly cloudy in Sheridan today, 76. Chance of rain in Gillette as well, partly sunny, 74. So you see the cool down in the north part of the state already. That cold front starting to creep in, definitely in Cody, Sheridan, Gillette. Feeling it first with highs just in the 70s now compared to the 80s and 90s it's been, and the 80s and 90s across the rest of the state. Torrington, chance of rain, partly sunny, 81 today. Douglas, you might see some rain in the afternoon, 79 under partly cloudy skies. Rain likely in Cheyenne, partly sunny, 73. Much cooler than what you've had over earlier in the week. Rain likely in Laramie as well, 75 the high today. Rawlins, maybe a slight chance of a sprinkle around 3 in the afternoon, otherwise partly sunny with highs 82. That's the day weather forecast on day, how he sees it playing across the state. That black bear that chased down that mule deer is crazy. What a video. This is rare. It's rare to see a grizzly chase down. I mean, a grizzly enjoys a little bit more of a carnivore diet than a black bear. I mean, both are technically omnivores. They eat anything. Black bear, though, primarily not a huge meat eater. It certainly will. It's just spends most of its life looking down on the ground, grubbing insects, moths, and plants. I don't know what kind of, but it's constantly eating like vegetation. I don't know if I've ever seen a black bear eating meat, like seen it. I've seen plenty of black bear in the wild. I've observed them, and most of the time they got their slurpy tongue out, getting ants off a log, or they're pulling something out of the ground and eating its roots. But I've never seen this dramatic display. Experts say this is pretty rare. This poor deer is definitely injured. Otherwise, that black bear could not have caught a mule deer. I mean, black bear are faster than you think. Bears can do a short sprint speed faster than you. But they're not going to catch a healthy mule deer. But this black bear knew what it was doing, because the mule deer is definitely hurt. The front leg of the mule deer is non-functional. You can see it in the video. The mule deer is running on 3 legs. It can't get away from the black bear. And, it is National Geographic PG rated. Like, look away, kids. Full sprint mode. Happened on the Sunday on Sylvan Pass in Yellowstone, coming in from Cody. Somebody got a video. It happened just a couple hundred yards from the road. Cody residents Lauren and Cameron Newton often visit the park from Cody. Obviously, they're nearby in the gateway community of Cody. They come to Yellowstone often. They never see anything like this. Right place, right time is what they said. The right place, Sylvan Pass, right time, 10:44 in the morning, Sunday. Man, my husband Cameron was driving and he pointed out the deer. Can you imagine how it went in the Newton car? Cam says, "Oh, look, there's a mule deer." And wife Lauren's like, "A mule deer? I mean, we see mule deer in downtown Cody. Come on, Cam. Need something more exciting than that." And then Cameron said, "Oh, and there's a bear behind it, chasing it. Oh, now we got something." they pull over and they start taking the video. The video captures the bear full speed ahead, closing in on the deer, finally slamming it to the ground and sinking its teeth into the doe's neck. Yo. She said, 200 feet, not 200 yards. She said the video taken on her cell phone made it look like it was farther away. She said it was pretty close. And then later, the bear started macking on the deer, of course. Later, social media posts said that they saw, a bear eating a carcass of some kind. And the Newtons are like, yeah, we saw the chase. I know we're on radio across the state. Radio, you're not going to probably hear anything except the Newtons swearing when they see this. Like, what the beep? Hopefully not. But for... Actually, there's no audio. That's good. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, if you get a chance, get on the interwebs. And go to Cowboy State Daily. Look for the Mark Hines story. Or jump on YouTube, watch our show. You can watch our show on YouTube, X. Yeah, here I'm going to look at this just to watch it, and you can watch along with me. That's a black bear chasing the mule deer. Mule deer looks like it knows it's not going to get away and just sort of stops. Whoa. Yeah, that's crazy. Oh, man. Yeah, black bear, obviously they got the speed. Bears are faster than you think. But they're rarely going to, like, run something down, run their meal down. That's rare. A bear expert told Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines it's rare for black bears to chase down big game animals, but it does happen. Kim Titchener, founder of Bear Safety and More, organization based in Alberta, Canada. Titchener said black bears can take down deer, absolutely. Well, yeah, we just saw it. And though the black bear's diet is mostly plant-based, they're clever opportunists, Titchener said. And they may look round and chubby, but they can be deceptively fast. The opportunist here was the doe, in fact, injured. And it's likely the bear saw a chance at a hearty meal and went for it, Titchener said. Yeah. For sure, this bear animals aren't dumb, man, especially wolves. Wolves observe so carefully a herd. Wolves will watch and watch and watch. Mountain lions also. But they'll watch a herd and they'll see who the stragglers are as the herd moves along, or they'll see, they pick out the young. They're not going to be able to run as fast. Anything injured that isn't moving 100%. Oh, yeah, the radar goes off for the wolves. But for this black bear, it definitely saw a mule deer with a busted leg. It's like, I can catch that. Unbelievable video. Check it out. Mark Hines, Cowboy State Daily. Black bear runs down mule deer. Yee-haw. Let's go to the fire chiefs. What is with that position of fire chief that causes fire chiefs to be criminals? Allegedly. You got the former Teton County fire chief, two, in fact. One moved down to Utah and became involved in child porn, allegedly, became involved with, and it's almost too crazy to recount. It's it doesn't even, it sounds like I'm making these stories up. But, what was his name? It's in the Cowboy State Daily. We've covered it. Former Teton County EMS fire chief, retired from his job in Teton County, was there a long time, was a good fire chief, really. And then went down to Utah, and we see a darker side of the guy. He's got a whole mess of photos and videos on his phone that are beyond naughty. And then he's brought to court to see if there's enough evidence to, have him stay in trial. And the judge, there's evidence released that the ex-fire chief was in cahoots or in contact with the judge. Like, that's not proper. And the contact wasn't even, can you get me off from this case? The contact was, hey, you, me, an 11-year-old, you want to get it on? And the judge is down with it. I mean, sick, crazy stuff. Fire chief from Teton County, retires, moves down to Utah. He gets all freaky with minors. And a judge, he gets gay with the judge, allegedly. I think, or maybe it's this for real. How do I find out what that story is? I can't remember the judge's name or the fire chief's name. Teton County Fire. And when I search for the fire chief for Teton County, I'm probably going to get the other one who is also in trouble. I mean, which bad guy do you want? Said the Googler. Because there's also Stephen Jelly, who isn't very well thought of. He's, we'll get to him in a minute. Where is, fire. Trying to think of the best way to search for it. Maybe I'll have to take a break. Yeah, I'm going to take a break and come back and line up all the fire chiefs who have been naughty. Santa's watching, counting twice. All the fire chiefs that are going to get coal in their stocking this coming December. I'll be back with that after this.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear, but don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks.
Move.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane. Woo! You got this.
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right? I can't say that I have. I mean,
If you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own. I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
I don't know if this music adequately conveys the severity of these alleged crimes. Well, here's our new Friday segment, Naughty Fire Chiefs. Start with Brady Hansen. Hansen was a fire chief in my town for like 30 years. And by all accounts was, a pretty good fire chief. Ned Brady Hansen, 54-year-old, goes by Brady. Anybody named Ned goes by their middle name. That's a given. Ned retired from his job in Teton County, moved down to Utah with his wife, his new home in Utah, Tremonton. And it wasn't long before investigators followed up on allegations that the former Jackson Hole fire chief was viewing child pornography. They also learned during the investigation that former fire chief Hansen had a relationship with a judge. Those two got together in Hansen's home, allegedly, and they got together in a romantic way. Kevin Christensen, 64-year-old, a judge. So the fire chief allegedly got gay with the judge, and they also shared a liking, reportedly, of young females, like way too young. 10, 11, 12 years old. Law enforcement started investigating Hansen back in November of 24 when the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children raised an alert. Hansen must have got on the wrong website. Investigators served a warrant on Hansen's home, seized his electronic devices, found numerous downloaded child pornography material. Hansen then confessed that he had a pornography addiction and had developed taste for, quote, younger females. Investigators also found texts and contacts with the judge. The judge in his case, actually, how inappropriate. And the judge and Hansen were talking about how hot it would be to molest a toddler-age girl together. We could, quote, hold her down and take turns. Oh, man. I don't know if there's a hell hot enough. So, yeah, that's former Jackson Hole Fire Chief Brady Hansen, originally from Alta. 30 years in the fire department, 5 years at the helm as chief. And nobody knew. Nobody had any idea. He was replaced by, just when you think it can't get any worse, Stephen Jelly. Fire Chief Jelly was at the job for maybe a year. The entire time he was chief, his people hated him. Allegedly. Sort of alleged. I mean, very few people that worked for him liked him. In fact, they came before the town council and they said, we can't work for Chief Jelly. He's a dictator. He's confrontational. He's tyrannical. These are words of his employees at the firehouse. He's tyrannical, confrontational, dysfunctional. Jelly says, I'm just doing what I was hired to do. That's make deep budget cuts, fire some people, and get this department back where it should be. I was not hired to win a popularity contest, Jelly told commissioners when he was dragged in front of the electeds. You all knew that when you hired me, that my style. The thing is, Jelly did the same thing in Ogdensburg, New York. He was pretty much run out of that town for the way he managed, which was too much for some. Some people thrive under that kind of management, you know, the drill sergeant in your face management, but most people don't. And he wore out his welcome in Ogdensburg, New York, landed a job in Teton County, was there for like a year. Finally, pretty much forced resignation. Rather than fire him, they're like, just quit and go away. He did. Found another job in Alaska where he immediately got into the same issues. People hated working for him. This is not me speculating. This is me getting an email from a newspaper in Alaska where Jelly somehow found another job. I mean, it's out there on the interwebs. Just do a Google search. And this reporter said, what's the deal with the fire chief that was in your town for like a year? I said, how much time do you have? Chief Jelly has a prickly management style, and he butted heads in Alaska. He's gone from there now, from what I understand. So I don't know where's left to go if you want a gig as a fire chief. So Stephen Jelly, just tyrannical management style, according to the people who work for him here in Teton County. Before him, you had Brady Hansen, who's got some naughty photos on his phone and got gay with a judge. Not that there's anything wrong with that. But there is when you want to discuss going three-way with a 10-year-old or toddler, actually, they were talking about. Now we get another fire chief, Laramie County Fire Chief. He and his wife pleaded not guilty after their son showed up in a hospital with, I don't know what was wrong with it. I mean, obviously he was starving to death is what's wrong with him. He was 50 pounds, a 13-year-old adopted son. Somehow wound up in the hospital, was reluctant to explain what was going on in his home life until authorities finally got it out of him that he said, my mom and dad let me have one meal a day. This is the kid saying this, because there's no point in feeding me anymore. That's what he said. I mean, they had to get this out of him. He was scared to talk. He finally said, yeah, I'm locked in my bedroom and I'm fed one meal a day because I'm told there's no reason to feed me anymore. What? The door was blocked with heavy items. The boy described his living conditions in the home of this fire chief and his wife. The bedroom door blocked with heavy items. He told the interviewer that it's probably his own fault. He felt shame for himself. He said, I did stuff I shouldn't have done, like I wetted the bed, and I was always picking at myself. So for those things, he was allegedly punished. His diet consisted of white bread, ham, and vegetables once a day with a 0 Gatorade. That's it. One meal. Because of the way he behaved, he was told. Yeah, 13-year-old, 50 pounds. This is Fire Chief. This story is being followed by Dale Killingback. That's in the Cowboy State Daily today. Derek Middlestat and Angela Middlestat, both 49 years old, and their adopted 13-year-old son, who had ribs sticking out, weighed 50 pounds, was definitely not in good health. I guess he was dropped off. I guess the parents were just trying to get rid of him at one point. They dropped him off at the Youth Development Center in Douglas, where they provided a false name, a wrong date of birth. Investigators finally figured out that the emaciated 13-year-old boy belonged to these Middlestats, the fire chief. June 23rd of this year, forensic interview. Was it June of this year or last year? I think this year. And finally, they got the info out of the boy about what the home life was like. Yeah, that's another fire chief. And to complete the trifecta, which is now a quadfecta, a quadruple, 4 fire chiefs. Former Bar None fire chief, he's since been fired, pleaded guilty Thursday in the Trona County District Court to stealing nearly $11,000 from the fire department that he headed, including reaching into the charity boot for $2,600. The charity boot, the Fill the Boot Drive, the 2024 Muscular Dystrophy Association Fill the Boot Drive. The fire chief admitted to miscounting the money in there. There was, in the boot, the fundraiser, there was a whole bunch of cash that amounted to $7,327. And the chief's big mistake, he had been doing other things allegedly, like selling the fire department his old junker ATV that the fire department said they didn't need. They're like, we don't even want this. But he's the fire chief, so he has the power to do things and sign things. And he sold his ATV that had a book value of like $3,500. He sold it for $5,500. His Polaris Razor 800 side-by-side had damage on it, blue book on it, under $4,000. He sold it for $5,500 to a department that said they didn't need it. But it was the reach into the boot that really did it. That was the last straw for Fire Chief Hoover. We're talking about Bob Hoover, 57-year-old. During the MDA fundraising drive, he reported, this is his mistake, he initially told his fellow firefighters, hey, we had a great night fundraising. We made $7,327. And some firefighters remember he said that, including Corporal Kenneth Jividan. But later, the check was written out by Hoover, the check to the bank to deposit the money for $4,667. Whoops. You got over $2,000 missing there. Supposedly he and his daughter counted the money at home and counted it in a funny way. The daughter says she was told by dad to lie about it. And man, by the time the whole sordid mess got finished, Hoover was fired from his job as town maintenance job, and fired from his role as fire chief of Bar None. Bob Hoover pleaded guilty. Some of the counts were dropped in order to get the plea deal from him. 3 other charges dropped by Natrona County Assistant District Attorney Brandon Rosti. Rosti let it go. He accepted Hoover's guilty plea to a felony theft. That was the reach into the boot to take cash, or the miscount, whatever you want to call it. He let charges of credit card fraud be dropped. Interference with a peace officer, he let that charge drop to get the plea deal. Prosecutor said he would ask the judge for a 3 to 5 year suspended prison sentence, 3 years supervised probation. In all, Hoover will have to pay restitution for almost $11,000. Stole let's see, is this alleged? No, in the plea deal, admitted to $2,600 from the boot drive, another $2,600 from the Christmas Club account. Oh, wow, Merry Christmas. And then the $5,500 Polaris razors sold to the department. Yeah, fire chiefs. Something about the gig that causes you to go bad, to be a bad apple? I don't know. Are you bad already? And then for some reason, that's your occupation you seek out? Do bad apples gravitate towards fire chief? Or are you essentially a good guy and then you become a fire chief and start to have your heart darken? I don't know which way it goes, cause and effect, nature, nurture. I don't know what one of those things is. Yeah, Greg Johnson does not join us on Fridays, so it's a real bummer because actually it's good because the Yankees lost last night and I don't need to hear it. This Thane man, this guy was headed for trouble. He's not a fire chief, but he's been in trouble for a while. We'll tell you about what happened to this kid, this Thane kid, Sessions. I say he's a kid. He's 35 years old. But I remember reporting for a newspaper in Jackson when he was in trouble for breaking into pharmacies. And he was already wanted on a warrant for other stuff in another county. And now the latest, this Talon Sessions of Thane, will tell you what happened to him over in Idaho the other day when we come back. Cowboy State Daily show on a Friday, coming right back at you.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I'm an ex-drug dealer, and I'll be your sub today. Can you see anything different as a pill?
No.
You don't know?
Fentanyl is being mixed into everything now. There's only one thing that will save somebody's life. That is naloxone nasal spray.
Fentanyl, it's cheap, it's potent, and it's profitable.
Why would drug dealers put a lethal dose of fentanyl in drugs if they know it's so harmful?
Really just all about the money.
I just didn't realize that one pill could change your whole life.
More kitchen now.
In today's digital world, it's hard to know who to trust. Your local TV and radio stations bring you the facts. Misinformation and deep fakes flood social media, but broadcasters deliver verified and accurate news. For news, emergency updates, sports, and entertainment, turn to your local stations. Text TV to 52886 and urge Congress to support the vital local journalism broadcasters provide.
Did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. And our Facebook comments, Brett says, what is it with fire chiefs? I don't know, Brett. What is it? Did Hansen and the judge go to prison? Not yet. That, as far as I know, that case is still ongoing, but both facing charges, the judge and the fire chief, both will be facing charges. I don't know what's been the disposition there, but, it'll probably drag out a little while. Sophia says, good morning. Sophia, I say good morning right back at you. Yeah, sorry to start the Friday, start your weekend on such a downer with these fire chiefs. Here's another downer story, and then I promise we'll find something positive to talk about. The world is not going to miss Talon Sessions. I'm sorry. With all due respect to his family and those he leaves behind, Talon Sessions, since I've been watching him, has been nothing but a criminal, allegedly. An illustrious criminal. He's now dead. And you could see the end coming years ago for Talon Sessions. 35-year-old Thane, Wyoming man was attempting to steal a four-wheeler over there in Idaho. The details are sketchy, but it looks like the homeowner found Sessions trying to steal his four-wheeler. There were shots fired, an exchange of shots. The homeowner was injured. Sessions was also reportedly injured in the altercation. Talon Sessions, police arrived, found Sessions wounded in a nearby field, and shots were exchanged there. Now, it's not clear whether Sessions fired on deputies, but deputies fired on him. So I would imagine Bingham County and Bonneville County sheriff's deputies found Sessions in a field next to the property where he attempted allegedly to steal a four-wheeler, where he allegedly shot a homeowner in the process. Shots were fired by deputies from both agencies, Bingham and Bonneville County. Unclear if Sessions fired at the deputies. I would imagine he still had his gun, and whether he pointed it at cops or shot at cops, the inevitable happened. Sessions was shot. Life-saving measures were performed, but he died on scene. Bingham County Sheriff's Office going to take the lead on this. They'll release further information later. At this time, I recognized his name right away. The story's in the Star Valley Independent News.com, SVI. And I saw that name, Talon Sessions, and I thought, I know this guy. Not surprising that he meets his end, shot by cops. He was destined to leave this world in that fashion. I wrote about this guy. It's a story I wrote for Buck Rail back in 2018. Sessions was wanted in a string of burglaries in Utah. He was doing a whole bunch of bad stuff in Cedar City. That's a great town, by the way, Cedar City, Utah. It's a little bit up in elevation, so it's cooler. It's not real far from St. George. St. George on a typical day will be like 104. And Cedar will be 76. It's crazy. It's just enough elevation. And it's like, I don't know, hour and a half from St. George. Cool city. But Sessions was down there. Apparently, Talon ran out of runway to commit crimes in his own town. He's from Thane. And he was wanted for a burglary of our pharmacy, a pharmacy store in Thane, back in February of 2018. There was warrants out for his arrest in Lincoln County for the suspected burglary of our pharmacy. They had him on video, in fact. I mean, it was going to be an easy case. Meanwhile, Sessions went to Utah, where he could do some more crimes, allegedly. In 2018, Cedar City Police Department received the 911 call, 9:16 at night, April 5th, from the local high school. They said there is possible criminal mischief going on. Witnesses reported hearing somebody inside the school smashing and breaking things. Officers arrived, set up containment, noticed a shattered exterior window. Officers cleared the school. Video survey. They never did find Sessions that night, but video surveillance showed a single white male suspect carrying a handgun, showed him firing the gun inside the school, shooting out two windows. Additionally, the suspect fired into a locking mechanism of an interior door. So in other words, he tried to shoot a locked door open. A short time later, officers were then notified of a carjacking in progress. This is just a few hours after the school incident. The suspect matched the description of the man wanted in the high school's deal. Officers responded, found the armed suspect had entered an unlocked home. Confronted by the homeowner at gunpoint, the suspect stole keys to the car from the homeowner and took off. He then abandoned the vehicle a short distance later, fled on foot. The suspect also entered the home of another person and stole a bottle of orange juice from the fridge. I'm telling you, this is Talon Sessions' MO, man, in 3 different states. All this guy does, allegedly, is go on crime sprees. Like, get a job, man. Be a productive part of the society. Well, Talon Sessions, I feel bad getting on him, but every time I see the guy's name come up in the news, he's committed wanted for another crime in another state. Utah, Wyoming, Idaho, now shot dead in Idaho after he tried to steal a 4-wheeler from the wrong homeowner. Sessions had a gun, but so did the guy who owned the 4-wheeler, and that did not end well. Sheriff deputies ended up shooting Sessions, 35-year-old, dead. And for all the good he did on this planet, he will not be missed by me. Maybe he's got family that mourns where he went wrong. I told you about this yesterday. I'm ahead of the curve. Listen to me, and you're going to know what's coming up in the news. Just listen to this show. The other day, I told you Cracker Barrel is rebranding. The old country store, Cracker Barrel, the restaurant, and their rebrand, I didn't know the reason for it. I mean, they weren't doing real well financially. Who is, in the restaurant world? IHOP, Perkins, they're all dying. So Cracker Barrel is probably losing money, and they go for a rebrand. I didn't know there was anything wrong with the old brand. But apparently it might be racist somehow. People look awful hard for problems, don't they? Man, people have X-ray vision when they're trying to find something that offends them. Ooh, I'm triggered by the Cracker Barrel logo, which shows an old duffer sitting in a chair leaning up on a barrel. Now, I don't know, does Cracker Barrel have some connotations of the South? Does it mean slavery? I don't know. I'm not looking that far into it. I'm just hungry for some pancakes, and I want to stop at a Cracker Barrel. Sorry. I don't support racism. I don't know what the logo doesn't mean nothing to me. It's just some old dude sitting on a chair leaning up on a barrel. Were barrels used to transport slaves? Is there some kind of messaging that Cracker Barrel is ashamed of now? Because in their rebrand, they came out with a new logo that I told you yesterday. Was it yesterday? Maybe the day before. I said it's boring. They took away the dude. They took away his chair, and they took away the barrel. This is Cracker Barrel. There's nothing now in the logo except the words Cracker Barrel. That's it. On the same yellow-orange, it's like pea yellow-orange. And it just says Cracker Barrel. All the rest is gone. They took out the words old country store. They took out the dude and the barrel he was leaning on. And just made it. And they're being accused now they're saying this is Cracker Barrel's Bud Light moment. Meaning they're doing this it's a woke move. In fact, right-wing commentator Matt Walsh said, yeah, let's remove everything charming and distinctive from the logo and make it as generic and boring as we possibly can. Yes, that's what I said yesterday. I didn't get the DEI implications, the whole wokeness, but apparently there's something there. Donald Trump Jr. said, WTF is wrong with Cracker Barrel. He said it was evidence of a DEI move, a woke move. I don't know where that comes from. I don't know what was offensive about the old logo. I just thought Cracker Barrel was trying to rebrand to become more modernized. But apparently they're getting a lot of grief. The new logo's getting a lot of grief from MAGA, accusing Cracker Barrel of changing their logo as part of a diversity, equity, and inclusion initiative. 50 years they had the old logo. Someone will have to explain to me how the old logo was offensive. It must be some deep South thing that I don't get. But the gist of the news is, and it's reported by The Independent, Cracker Barrel loses $94 million in a single day after they unveil their, quote, disastrous rebrand, sparking MAGA outrage. Wow. 94 million in a day. So if the idea was for Cracker Barrel to reinvent itself and become relevant again in this age, with the most boring logo you've ever seen. I'm not gonna accuse them of making a woke move or a DEI move. I'm just gonna accuse them of being totally unimaginative in their new logo. It's boring as heck. They lost $94 million in one day for the logo redesign. And someone will have to inform me how the old logo was offensive and to who. Yeah. All right. That's going to wrap it up for this hour. We're going to take a top of the hour news break for our radio affiliates. We'll see you on the other side of that on a Friday edition of the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Thanks for being there.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Corr. As of Thursday, the Red Canyon Fire, the largest active wildfire in Wyoming, has burned nearly 127,000 acres in the southeastern corner of the Bighorn Basin and is 31% contained. But to add some complexity to the situation, an incoming cold front is poised to stir up more trouble for firefighters and communities already threatened by wildfires.
When the cold front arrives, which it started doing on Thursday and will continue throughout the day Friday, it's going to manifest as erratic, gusty winds, which if you're fighting a fire or there's the potential to start fires, that's not ideal because it's going to help spread the flames faster. But once the cold front moves on, there's going to be a change in the atmosphere over Wyoming. It's going to be cooler. It's going to be more moisture in the air, and that moisture could manifest as rainfall in places where it's most needed.
Fire restrictions have been enacted throughout Wyoming, including Yellowstone National Park, as summer heat and low precipitation continue to dry out the parched landscape. A Laramie County fire chief and his wife pleaded not guilty Thursday in Laramie County District Court to starving and imprisoning their 13-year-old adopted son. Derek and Angela Middlestead appeared before Laramie County District Court Judge Peter Froelicher on charges of aggravated child abuse and conspiracy to commit aggravated child abuse. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that the charges against the Cheyenne couple stem from an investigation that began June 22nd after their emaciated 13-year-old son was dropped off at the Youth Development Center in Douglas.
The wife dropped off their 13-year-old adopted son at a youth center in Douglas. He gave a false name and address, and then later, the next day in an interview, it came out who he was. He was extremely emaciated. You could see bones, according to the affidavit, and things like that. He had hair loss. And so that led to an investigation that removed the couple's other son that they had adopted, who was 6 years old, from their home. And according to the affidavit, this 13-year-old had his bedroom door blocked. He ate one meal a day. When he got to the hospital in Denver, he weighed 50 pounds.
The boy told his interviewer that he'd not been out of the house for 2 years and was not allowed to leave his room, watch TV, play with his brother, or go to the fire station with his dad. Last year, New Mexico passed a law making gun buyers wait a week before they can physically possess the guns they purchased. But making gun buyers weather a waiting period infringes on the Second Amendment. That's what a federal court circuit that oversees Wyoming ruled on Tuesday. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the Tuesday ruling will likely put neighboring officials in Colorado under a spotlight.
Strong wording of the 10th Circuit. They were basically like, these blanket waiting periods are unconstitutional. They towed the line with the way the court system works, saying this particular law is likely unconstitutional. And so that hits back down to the lower court, where the lower court now has to reevaluate that law in light of the 10th Circuit saying this kind of thing is unconstitutional. And since Colorado's law is based on that same kind of thing, it puts the prosecutors and the officials in a real pickle where they're potentially faced with the reality of having to prosecute something or not that the 10th Circuit has resoundingly called unconstitutional.
Wyoming does not have a waiting period law. Such legislation is likely impossible at present under the supermajority Republican membership of the state's legislature. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Find expert vascular care right here in Wyoming. Wyoming Interventional and Vascular Associates, or WIVA, is a division of Casper Medical Imaging and is home to experienced subspecialized physicians and physician assistants who provide comprehensive services to treat vascular disease. From PAD and AAA to venous disease, WIVA offers tailored solutions to get you back to enjoying the things you love. Schedule a consultation with WIVA today at caspermedicalimaging.net/WIVA or by calling 307-577-1003.
A significant train derailment near Bosler in Albany County on Wednesday sparked a fire and left packages littered all over the tracks. About 20 rail cars were off the tracks along Wyoming Highway 30, starting a small fire on some of the damaged railroad ties, which was quickly extinguished. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that the derailment left a lot of debris along the highway.
It wasn't carrying anything hazardous. There's just a bunch of debris on the railroad tracks, and it happened far enough off the highway that there were no traffic impacts. So derailments aren't great. You never want to have them, but this one was pretty uneventful as far as they go.
Crews with Union Pacific are investigating the incident, but the cause has yet to be identified. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
We said we'd never give in to a meltdown.
Okay.
And we'd never babysit with a screen. We said we'd never let the toys take over.
Mariella!
Never leave the house looking, well, and never let them out of our sight. Skylar, come here. Cars get hot fast, and kids can be at risk. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock.
It's Friday, Cowboy State Daily Show. More stories from Cowboy State Daily. More stories about Cody Roberts. Just when you thought this guy was going to be out of the news cycle, he's back. Yeah, I'm kind of done with the whole Cody Roberts, but there is a grand jury indictment. Why did it take 18 months to look into this? There was outrage sparked, when the Daniel man brought the injured wolf into the bar, and people were outraged all over the world. International outrage, international shade thrown on Sublette County, the hating. I mean, Cody Roberts doesn't deserve all that, but the wolf didn't deserve what it got either. So why did it take so long for charges and anybody to look into it? Game and Fish slapped Roberts with a $250 fine. That wasn't for torturing the wolf. That was just for possessing it. Game and Fish says you can't possess wild animals like a wolf any more than you can have a wolf for a pet in your backyard. That's not legal. That's $250 fine. That's what Roberts paid back in March. $250 for possessing a wolf. But what about torturing a wolf? What about running it over with a snowmobile, taping its mouth shut, bringing it to the bar, taunting it, tormenting it, and then finally shooting it? Is that illegal? Well, the prosecutor of Sublette County pondered that, says, it sounds illegal. But Clayton Milinkovich was kind of busy with other stuff. The reason it took 18 months for a grand jury to be convened and look into this was Milinkovich, for one thing, couldn't get anybody to talk. He was investigating. The county attorney said, well, I'll look into it. Did Cody Roberts bring the wolf into the Green River bar? Well, I got photos of him in a bar. It certainly looks like it. The photo, Roberts posted photos of himself bragging over having the wolf. But that's probably not enough evidence, to bring charges. So Clayton Milinkovich is like, well, let me talk to people who were there that night. And guess what? In Daniel, Wyoming, where drinking buddies of Cody Roberts, nobody's going to say nothing. Excuse the double negative. Ain't nobody going to say nothing in Sublette County. And rightfully so. I'm all right with that. I wouldn't either. People come asking you about your friend in the bar. Did your friend bring a wolf in here the other night? Who's asking? I'm the county attorney. Yeah, well, no comment. Yeah, nobody was talking. Nobody's going to throw Cody under the bus. So that was a problem. He's like, well, nobody will talk to me. Then Milinkovich, in normally sleepy, quiet Sublette County, has got a hideous alleged murder involving two guys who shot another dude with a bow and arrow. And the bow and arrow went right through him and impaled him into the ground. So the dude must have been laying on the ground when they shot him, right? Allegedly. This happened in some cabin out in the middle of nowhere in Sublette County. Two dudes went over to another dude's house to talk to him about advances he'd made on one dude's sister. And it got all freaky. Dakota Farley had been killed, 23-year-old, shot in his own living room in his cabin on February 2nd. An arrow pierced his arm, his aorta, his trachea. And then after he's arrowed to death, one of the dudes takes a gun and shoots him for good measures to make sure he's down. Allegedly. Well, it's not alleged. He's got a gun. He's got an arrow sticking out of him, and he's got a bullet hole in him. So Rowan Lidauer, these are two Big Piney teens. Big Piney is, just a tiny little place. Big Piney teens, Rowan Lidauer or Orion Schlesinger, charged with first-degree murder. So the county prosecutor, who normally months, if not years, can go by where he has little to do but drum his fingers on his desk, is suddenly got the freakiest murder. And he's got this Cody Roberts wolf thing and his phone ringing off the hook, I'm sure, with calls from everybody saying, why aren't you prosecuting that wolf hater? And Milinkovich is off. He probably just wanted to shut down and hide somewhere. So he said, nobody would talk to me about the wolf guy. And I got these two other Looney Tunes that just went and arrowed someone to death. And I got my plate full here. And that's the reason for 18 months to pass between Cody Roberts allegedly torturing a wolf and a grand jury saying, yeah, we can indict this guy. Claire McFarland has that story. I paraphrased it in a way that she didn't write it. That was my own take, but I try to make it digestible for all of us. Don Day will be here in a minute. Before he gets here, I want to check out this story. MIT, that school, that's where brainiacs are kept. I mean, if you get into MIT, you're a genius. MIT predicted the collapse of mankind and society. Back in 1972, they said mankind won't make it to, what did they say, 2040? Yeah. MIT used computer models, fed it with all kinds of data about what was going on in the world. And the MIT model study back in 1972 said, you keep on this trend, Earth, and there'll be societal collapse by the year 2040. Well, now a new study, KPMG study, published in the Yale Journal of Industrial Ecology, took a look at that 1972 prediction and said, is it going to come true? Is it on track to come through? The study found exactly it is on track to come true. Based on world greed, world chasing, industrial society heading for a collapse without drastic change. Essentially, the model in 1972 said, what would happen? It speculated, what would happen if humanity keeps pursuing economic growth no matter the societal and environmental cost? So imagine, it's early 70s and we were polluting our rivers and we were choking our skies with smog, and there were problems. There was, in the early 70s, there was, weren't we in also inflation? I don't know. There was issues in the 70s. And so the MIT brainiacs, the nerds at MIT, said, let's put this model into use. It's called World 3. They created in 1972. They used empirical data fed into this computer. This is early AI. And they published a book about it called Limits to Growth. And they asked the computer, they said, Siri, I don't know if it was called Siri back then, maybe not. They said, Siri, what would happen if we keep on pursuing economic growth no matter the societal or environmental costs? What would be the outcome? And the computer, remember that movie, Hail 2000? The computer, Hail, comes back. I got to find my computer voice. They said, what would happen if we keep doing what we're doing? Mankind. That's not it.
Mankind will destroy itself by the year 2040.
Whoa, that's freaky. Are you sure? Let's look at the data. Let's feed the data again. That's got to be a mistake. Mankind, societal breakdown by the year 2040? Is that right, Hal? Siri?
Mankind will break down by the year 2040.
Oh. So, yeah, they just, is that true? Are we on track for that? Yale just did a study, or KPMG just did a study, whatever KPMG is, published in the Yale Journal, and said, that MIT predicted the collapse of today's society by the year 2024, and we're right on track. The story from Interesting Engineering. Chris Young wrote it. We'll be right back with Don Day after this break.
To the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story will crow about Crowheart and Yodel over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, 10 Sleep, good morning. Welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
after that.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Dad! Okay, here we go, throw it! Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Nice.
Jason, let's go see your room.
What do you think? We kept it a little spare, so you can decorate it how you like.
Dinner.
Go. Excellent. Yeah, I saw you guys out there.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a finally Friday. Don Day's here, day weather forecast. Don, I'm accidentally got myself in a bad place right now. You got to talk me down, man.
Okay, I'm working. I'll list. Fire away.
I'm reading something called What is Global Weirding? And already Don's saying you're on your own, kid. Global weirding, also called climate weirding, is the new term now for global warming. It just means weather's weird right now.
Weather's always been weird. I mean, the people who think this stuff up really need to do something else with their time. I mean, the thing is that gets me is they have no grasp. They have no understanding of how the weather and the climate works. They're ignorant and they're arrogant, and stuff like this doesn't do anybody any good.
Wow.
So yeah, there you go. I'm not gonna mince words. They do more harm than good. And then you start with conspiracy theories when people start talking stuff like this.
Mm-hmm.
And it just doesn't, and I don't want to come across arrogant, but this is what I do, and so I watch this every day. And every time someone says, oh, this is weird, we've never seen this before. And every time, yes, we have.
Yeah.
So don't tell me it's weird. Come at me with some hard facts and data.
Yeah. Global weirding, the evidence of hotter hots, colder colds, more violent storms, more intense flooding. Again,
nowhere do you see in these stories evidence to back their claims. It's all anecdotal.
Yeah. I think it stems from a fear that whenever you watch a movie that has like an apocalyptic event that ends mankind, they usually begin, the early scenes of the movie show a family doing a family things. They're trying to get the kids off to school. And in the background, the TV shows the weatherman saying, this is one of the worst hurricanes, and we're all ignoring it. We're numb to it. We're like the frog in a slowly boiling pot. We don't notice that weather is getting worse and is going to kill us by the end of the movie. Maybe that's why we.
We've been conditioned for 30 years to look at the weather and only look at its extremes and not. and being totally ignorant of the fact that that's just how it is. That's how it's always been, and it's how it's always going to be.
Yeah. And it's how, this time of year, hurricanes on the East Coast. What's Aaron doing about what we thought?
Aaron's about done. And I don't know if you heard this or not, but Aaron, had made a big curve because as it approached the East Coast, tariffs were imposed by President Trump, and it changed its mind.
Yeah, it said, I can't afford this. Those hurricanes do that a lot. How come? They travel across, they look like they're tracking like pretty much just westerly, and then they hit the coast and they want to go up the coast.
Well, yeah, as they go further north, they start to hit the stronger winds aloft, or basically getting closer to the jet stream, and that pushes them back out. The biggest danger you have is when you have those weaker jet stream winds further north, and then they can wander off the Atlantic or the Gulf and then into the United States. But we are, believe it or not, we're at that time of year, peak hurricane season right now. So this is when we should expect hurricanes. So this isn't weird. This is when we expect them.
Yep. Well, closer to home, a little change in weather coming next week should be good news for firefighters, but meantime, transitioning to it's going to cause problems. I like what you said about, I'm glad we shored up the back end of that one fire, the Red Canyon. Most of the containments where the fire started, in case it backs up on itself. Whenever you see that, like 28% containment, you're thinking, well, big deal. They contain the western end. The fire's going that way. It's going the other way. But you point out this weather change could send the fire back on itself, which is mostly good news. It'll reburn areas that already burned, and their containment is actually there at the beginning.
Yeah, the weather's certainly going to be more favorable here on out now that the front is through. And I'm especially expecting later in this weekend and early next week, there's not great rain chances, but some rain chances over that fire area. But there will be a lot of the state that by early next week won't even leave the upper 60s and lower 70s. And even in the hot Bighorn Basin, it's only going to be in the 80s this weekend. And that for August is pretty cool.
Oh, my. What's that? What do the sugar beets think about that?
Oh, that's good. The cool.
Is it?
More sugar. Gets more sugar in the beets.
Good. We like that. And put out fires and make sugar. And then... cooler, more comfortable highs. What about the lows? We going to get any hard freezes yet? Or
no,
not really.
This is not the type of system that's going to do that. But the nights are going to get cooler. Hey, you're probably noticing this. The days are getting shorter. Nights are getting longer. So we just start to naturally get a little bit cooler at night now.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, have a great weekend, Don. Appreciate it.
Watch out for the weirdness.
Oh, man. Weather weirdness. Global weirdness.
Be on the lookout for it. I hope to see you Monday if the weirdness doesn't take us out.
We'll see.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Day weather forecast. We'll see if the MIT computer models don't take us out. They say we won't make it past 2040. That had nothing to do with the weather. That was more about our behavior. Global weirding is the new term for global warming, because you can't just call it global warming, obviously, because the warming is not all we're getting. We're getting colding, we're getting warming, we're getting huge forest fires at the same time. We're getting unprecedented flooding. We're getting all kinds of crazy weather things, but that's what weather does, as Don Day points out. That's weather being weather. And it's newspapers trying to sell newspapers. That's those two things will never stop, right? I was hoping to get Congresswoman Hageman on here. We have her scheduled regularly for the third Thursday of the month, but yesterday she was busy with something. So we pushed to today, and here's today, and not hearing anything. So we'll see. Hopefully we'll get Congresswoman Hageman into the show. Let's go to Andrew Rossi's story about the train derailment And I heard Wendy say on the news that authorities still investigating why the train derailed. I'm looking at a photo of the track. I can see why it derailed. I'm not a conductor. I'm not Casey Jones, but I play one on TV. The tracks are all wiggly. Unless this is what happened to the track after the train derailed, but I don't think so. I don't know. Union Pacific Railroad investigating what sent 20 rail cars off the tracks caused a small fire near Bolsler. Bolsler? Where is this place? Bolsler, Albany County. Yeah, I'm not familiar with where that is. 4:45 Wednesday afternoon. If not for the quick thinking of Casey Jones at the helm, this could have been worse. There were no injuries. Union Pacific spokesperson Mike Jackson told Cowboy State Daily no injuries and did take a moment to herald the efforts of the conductor who noticed that the cars behind him were coming off the tracks. Yeah, I might notice that too. He's driving the train, not high on cocaine, and he sees cars like coming off the back end, like whoop, big car falls down, whole bunch of packages fall out. So he shuts it down, and if not, this could have been a lot worse. Apple Hands. Who's Apple Hands? Oh, the sheriff, Aaron. Albany County Sheriff Aaron Applehand says his agency responded immediately. We had a deputy really close to the area just by chance, said the sheriff. And Laramie EMS was also really close to that area on another call at the same time. So it just so happened this couldn't have happened at a better time and place. Applehand said the train's brakeman played a critical role in the derailment and for it not being worse. He said he noticed the back of the train had left the tracks, so he stopped the train immediately. Hit the brakes. That's what brakemen do. But it was too late for 20 of the cars. The derailment left a lot of debris alongside Highway 30. Cleanup efforts underway. The stuff that was in the cars looked like packages heading to your house. That Amazon delivery, it might not be getting there too fast. I see there was a bunch of Costco boxes. They're going to have to clean all that up. And I am looking at a photo of, and check it out. If you're listening to us on radio, stop the car. Just be late for work. It's Friday. You tell boss man you were listening to the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Pull over, take the time, and look at the photos of this story from Andrew Rossi. Do it. Do it now. And look with me as we find evidence of why the train came off the track. This is the wiggliest track I've ever seen. Photo on the left, courtesy of Albany County Sheriff's Office. To me, the dude with the camera and one photo and investigation is complete. We now know why the train came off the tracks. The tracks are all wiggly. Like they start out going straight and then they're whoop. And if you're going any more than like 5 miles an hour, you're cruising for a bruising on this track. Right? Am I right? Yeah, hopefully you can see it with me. Yeah, that track is not right. Train, the cars came off, piled up. Anna O'Neill has a good photo of the cars all piled up off Highway 30, but I'm looking at the photo from the sheriff's office and I can see the track and it don't look good. Well, UP, you can hire me. I'm available for consultation. Your track is not straight. Good teamwork, though. The best outcome for a derailment there could be. There was, of course, there's been a few derailments of late. Andrew Rossi points out the June 9th derailment of at least 15 rail cars on the UP. They derailed near Walcott Junction. At least 3 of those derailed cars were tankers. At least one of those tankers was leaking propane. That was the case where the wind blew the train over, remember? That's my favorite story of all time, I think. The derailment of the train near Walcott, where they said the wind blew the train off the tracks. This was like a day after, I think, that there was big wind in Texas and some semi-tractor trailers blew over. And that happens like every day on I-80 in Wyoming. Wyoming says, hold our beer, and we blow a train over with wind. That's next level wind. Yeah. Train derailments. So we go from train derailments to our Congresswoman, Harriet Hageman, is here. Congresswoman, we were just talking about UP train derailment, but we're going to move on.
What happened and where?
Oh, 20 cars fell off the track. Albany County near Bossler?
Bossler,
Bossler.
north of Laramie.
It's actually nobody hurt. The brakeman hit the brakes pretty fast, and yeah, we're okay. Not too bad. I want to get with you we're going to cover a lot of ground. I want to. It's the 200-day report card. 200 days. Yeah, so let's start reporting. First off, how was Israel? You made a visit to the Holy Land.
It was an incredible opportunity to go over there and actually understand the geopolitical situation. So we were everywhere from in the north. We were looking over into Syria, and you could see Lebanon and the situation there in terms of how tight and close everything is. We went to the Golan Heights in the south. We went to the very first kibbutz that was attacked on October 7th, 2023. And we're able to observe how close Gaza is, the Gaza Strip is to that area. We talked a lot about safety and security. We talked about the politics surrounding what is going on with the war. We met with Mike Huckabee. We met with the opposition leader. We met with Netanyahu. We were able to meet with the President Herzog. We met with military. And then we also had an opportunity to look at some of the Christian and Jewish sites that are so incredibly important to our history. I learned a lot.
Cool. Yeah, everybody who goes says they're just
excuse me.
They're just taken immediately by how tight everything is. You know, the travel from here to here is just all those biblical holy lands. It's they're all packed in there. It's not like the U.S. where we got big sprawling space.
No, that's right.
200-day report card, the Trump agenda and the agenda of America as voted by voters is clear. Prioritize economic growth. I think we're getting that done. We're going to talk about tariffs in a moment. Unleash American energy. Wyoming's all excited about that. And securing the borders. 701 miles of border being completed. And we're going to paint it black, Kristi Noem said, to make it hotter. But how's the effort to secure the U.S. from illegal immigration?
So in the reconciliation package that we passed in July, this was obviously one of the most important features, in my opinion. I think that there are 3 aspects of the reconciliation package that are incredibly important to the American public. One of them is unleashing our energy industries and making reliable and affordable energy really the philosophy of the land. And you see that in almost every single thing that the Trump administration has done. The other thing is the immigration aspect of it. And then the third thing was the tax aspect of it. In terms of immigration, that came out of the Judiciary Committee. And with reconciliation, the committees are instructed how they are to spend money or save money or generate revenue. Those are the three things that you can do in a reconciliation package, because this is all about the budget. So with the Judiciary Committee, because we oversee the immigration laws, we were instructed to spend $110 billion. We did not. We only spent $7 billion. That's part of why we were able to save a total of $1.6 trillion in spending. And what we did is we created much more of a fee-based immigration system. So rather than the American public being responsible and on the hook for paying all of the costs associated with people coming to our country, the people who engage with our immigration system are the ones that are going to pay for it. So that was a huge change. And as a result, we were able to save over $70 billion just with those types of changes to our immigration laws. Yes, we're going to be building an additional 701 miles of border wall, which will essentially complete the project that the president started in his first term. So those are all very positive developments. I was just listening to somebody the other day, and they were talking about the people who come here from India or China or Uzbekistan or Kazakhstan who come here and claim asylum. And they said, look at all these countries that they had to travel through to get to the American border. There are lots of safe countries that they could have claimed asylum in if they truly had legitimate asylum claims. They are coming to America for economic reasons, and they are also coming here because of our welfare state. So that is something that people need to understand. These are not people who have to come to America to be safe. They are coming to America because they are because they want to come here for our economic situation. That is not refugee status. That is not seeking asylum. And that is something that we need to address with our immigration laws.
Yeah, coming here for the Medicaid and to drive trucks poorly. We'll talk about that in a second. I mean, what about the Rescissions Act? No matter how long you've been in Congress, you probably had to go look up a few things about how it even works. Like what is it? I didn't even know what it was. Nobody knew what it was. A Rescissions Act. It is unique. It hasn't been utilized in forever, and it clawed back some money. Obviously, we didn't know about the NPR, PBS. What was the decision behind enacting it, and how did you get up to speed on what it even is to get going on it?
So both reconciliation and rescissions, those are terms of art in Congress, and the rescissions law allows us. The president can identify certain programs or spending that he doesn't believe that money should be spent on. He sends us a letter, we draft the bill, and we rescind the money that was appropriated for those programs. So that's what we did again in July, and we rescinded about $9 billion in spending. In light of the fact that last week we crossed the $37 trillion mark, that's really a drop in the bucket. I would like to see a rescissions package every single week. I don't care if it's 50 million or 75 million or 7.2 billion or 46 billion. We have got to cut spending when we have $37 trillion in debt. At the same time, I'm going to say with the reconciliation package and unleashing our American companies and re-onshoring manufacturing, I think you're going to see our economy absolutely explode. And we will be able to use that to start spending down on the debt as well. So there are so many different things that are happening economically in this country right now that I think are good for the long term in terms of getting control of our national debt and the out of control spending in Washington, D.C.
Let's stay on the economic part, the economy. The one big beautiful bill repealed some of the damage done by the Inflation Reduction Act. Are we on the right track with the economy?
Well, absolutely. The Inflation Reduction Act did not reduce inflation, and everybody knows that. And that's one of the things that comes out of Washington, D.C. again, is is when they describe something, you probably ought to recognize that it's just the opposite of what it is actually doing. The Inflation Reduction Act, as the president said, is the Green New Scam. That's all that it is. It is an effort to destroy our oil and gas industries, our coal industries, even our uranium industry, our nuclear power. So what we did do is we repealed a lot of the bad things out of the IRA, but there's still more work to do. I would like to see another reconciliation package. As you may know, the bill came out of the House, the reconciliation bill, I think was much more robust than what was ultimately signed into law. In part, that's because the Senate has very specific rules that it has to follow with reconciliation. And ultimately, it is the parliamentarian that determines whether the bill that we have put forward complies with the reconciliation requirements. So I'd like to get in there. I'd like to rewrite some of the things that kind of got pulled out and set aside and see if we can get them through in a second reconciliation package.
Back to border safety and tightening the border. You may ask why, and two incidents really should be all the answer you need. That was the recent trucker who didn't have a grasp of English, made an illegal U-turn, killed 3 people, and the Laken-Riley Act. Getting tough on illegal alien criminals is important.
So important. And as you know, I've kind of led the charge on the English language proficiency requirements for our truckers. And I just had an opportunity to have a roundtable discussion last week with our trucking industry. And there's a lot that I am learning, a lot more that I'm learning in this space. And I'm right now in Jackson, Wyoming. I've had meetings up here, and I was here for the crypto conference. But as I was traveling across I-80 a couple of days ago, I started counting the number of trucks that I was encountering within a 1 mile space. I could kind of estimate, 1 mile ahead of me, and counting the trucks both in front of me and the others coming on the other side. I don't think I've ever been on that highway with that many trucks in my life. That's how incredibly important the I-80 corridor is. We have 80,000 people who cross I-80 every single day. And that's probably a lowball number at this point, but a substantial number of those are trucks. Why is that important? Because I care about the safety of Wyomingites and others who are traveling on I-80. And that's why I have stepped in and tried to make sure that we have English language proficiency, not only their requirements, but that they're enforced. So as I was traveling across I-80 on a summer day, not a lot of wind, we still had the digital signs giving warnings about what was coming up and what was happening. So there's construction on I-80. There are different, no shoulder ahead, highway painting. There's all different kinds of things going on. If you can't read English, you can't drive a truck safely. It's that simple. Something else that I've learned about is what are called chameleon trucking companies. And these are trucking companies that basically use illegal labor, people who cannot speak the language. And I'm real curious as to whether this guy even received a legitimate CDL or whether he bought it, whether there was fraud associated with him even getting the CDL. Because my understanding is that there's a lot of fraud in California in terms of people engaged in selling CDLs without people actually qualifying for them. So that needs to be determined, and those people need to be held accountable if this guy did not have a legitimate CDL, which we know that he didn't because he couldn't speak English. But anyway, we have these companies, they basically, after they do terrible things, they basically throw that DOT number again, reapply, get a new DOT number, and they're back in business, despite the fact that they are creating very serious safety hazards on our highways.
We got to fix that.
So we're going to be looking into that too.
We got to fix that. We got to fix, this ongoing war on drugs. Talk a little bit about the Halt Fentanyl Act. We're now going to make fentanyl a Schedule 1 drug. That is stuff like fentanyl, threatens to just get into society and wreck everything. We got to be hard on opioids.
Well, it's the number one killer of I'm probably going to get the age group wrong, but I'll give you an estimate of young men, early 20s to early 40s. Fentanyl overdoses is the number one killer. That is outrageous. And so you think about it and you think, well, why hasn't it been a Schedule 1 drug before? Why haven't we done that? One of the things that you're always doing as a lawmaker is in some ways you're playing catch up. because the bad guys out there, they're always figuring out ways to make money. They're always figuring out, how do I get more drugs into the United States? What do I do in terms of human trafficking? That's what we're dealing with when we're talking about the Mexican drug cartels and the damage that they cause in the United States of America. But this is one of the areas where we need to play catch up. We need to make sure that we're addressing this, because fentanyl is absolutely the scourge of our society. One of the very first hearings that I participated in after I became a member of Congress was in the Judiciary Committee. And I'll never forget the young father who lost his 15-year-old son, who thought he was just taking, I think it was a Tylenol. He just thought he was taking a Tylenol, and it was laced with fentanyl, and he died. And you just hear those stories, and it breaks your heart. That man will stay in my heart forever, simply because of the loss that he has suffered, just an absolute senseless loss that he suffered losing his young boy.
Third time that one of your town halls got a little bit of friction. Some of the news agencies said you were, heavily booed. I heard one person booing, but you weren't asked about tariffs and who put the tariffs in place. And you did make a good point. And I'm seeing, depending on where you get your news, I'm seeing that tariffs are working. We're making money on the tariffs. Some of the stuff that President Trump was doing, it's working.
Over $120 billion. But the other thing that it has done is it's brought these countries to the table so that we can negotiate trade deals. Again, the other day when I was driving across Wyoming, I was actually listening to NPR. I was listening to a rock station, a country station, and NPR. It was very interesting as I traveled across the state.
Yeah.
But one of the things that they were talking about was, this whole tariff issue, and it has raised over $120 billion has come into the American coffers. But they were talking about some of the trade that we do with, like, Vietnam and some of the countries of the South China Sea. Well, we've now entered into a trade agreement with some of those countries. So the tariffs are what they are, but that's through the trade agreement that has been entered into. So over $120 billion into our coffers. Do I think that Congress needs to act? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I do. I believe that we need to exercise our authority and step into this space and start working with this. But one of the challenges that we have is that it is so difficult to get things done in Congress. That isn't excusing us, and I'm not trying to make excuses for us. We need to be looking at the tariffs and addressing the trade issues ourselves.
President Trump and the federalization of the D.C. police force, does he have that right? Do we need to take control of our cities?
Well, he does for a short period of time in Washington, D.C. He does not in the other cities, because it is not the same rule that applies. D.C. is not a city like others, because that is the U.S. capital, and under the Constitution, they have different rules, and then we have different laws, because we oversee Washington, D.C. So when we come back in September, I anticipate that there is going to be a bill to address this. This again goes back to kind of a reaction, the reactionary situation that we're always in. We're watching our big, beautiful cities die on the vine because of rampant crime, because of rampant homelessness, because of rampant open-air drug markets. You go to San Francisco, and my husband and I used to travel to San Francisco a lot because we love that city. You can't go there now. There are areas of San Francisco that have been absolutely destroyed, and they are the downtown area, the Tenderloin District. Those areas have been destroyed because of the failed leadership in San Francisco. You have the same issue in Los Angeles, the same issue in New York City, and it is because of failed leadership. It is because people they claim they're being compassionate. Well, they've got a mental health issue. They have a drug issue. We don't want to condemn them. This is tough. We don't want to do anything. And as a result, they've allowed lawlessness to prevail, and they're destroying our big cities. And I see it in Washington, D.C. Not everywhere, but I know where the crime is, and I know where the homelessness is, and I drive by it every single day. We have got to get back to the rule of law. We have got to get back to an expectation that when you are a member of our society, you have certain responsibilities. But I know where the crime is, and I know where the homelessness is, and I drive by it every single day. We have got law. We have got to get back of our society. You have certain responsibilities. and laying on the street.
Congresswoman Harriet Hageman, who is frozen up on our Zoom on that note.
I can hear you.
Okay, now you're back. Must just a momentary blip, perhaps. Yeah, it's I don't know if it's yours or mine. I think I'm going to blame it on your internet connection. But if you're still with us, just two more things, Congresswoman. The Genius Act establishing a national framework to regulate stablecoin. Wyoming just announced first state to make an official stablecoin. That's good news.
It is good news, and I am here in Jackson in part to participate in the cryptocurrency conference. And Cynthia Lummis spoke yesterday. Senator Lummis spoke yesterday. Did an absolutely fabulous job. She has a lot to impart in this area. The Genius Act is the first effort to actually provide a regulatory and consumer protection framework for how we deal with stablecoins. And the thing about stablecoins is it's tied to the American dollar. There's already $250 billion that associated with stablecoin. That's only going to expand. And they were talking yesterday, the timeline that they see where we would potentially get up to $1 trillion. But the fact that it is tied to the US dollar means that the US dollar will remain the reserve currency of the world into the long distant future. So actually what we're doing is strengthening the US dollar and strengthening the US dollar being the reserve currency. So there's a lot that is going on in this space. We already out of the House passed the Clarity Act, which is another bill that is focused on consumer protection. And we passed that. It is now in the Senate. And Cynthia gave us kind of a timeline yesterday as to when we can expect the Senate to take this up. But I think that this is an exciting time because Wyoming is right at the forefront.
Is this in connection at all with the Federal Reserve being in town, being up there in Jackson? No, just happens to.
We had an opportunity to kind of engage with some of the Federal Reserve folks the first night that I arrived after our dinner. After the dinner, there was a reception that for both of them, but I didn't interact with the Federal Reserve folks at all.
That's a good thing because they got bats up there at Jackson Lake Lodge. You don't want to get in, but you don't want to get rabies. One last thing. How is the Congresswoman's office getting anything done with Preston Swan back in college? Your intern.
I don't know. It's tough. It's tough. We're going to miss him.
Yeah.
We're going to miss him.
Well, I appreciate you popping on with us. Also, boy, your efforts on, you were in Sheridan about cheatgrass, and that's probably going to come in after this Red Canyon fire.
I'll tell you what, you again, when you drive across the state, you see how it has been taken up. And I was, several years ago, I was at the extension operation there at Lingle, the James Hageman extension operation there at Lingle. They were talking about cheatgrass, and they were talking about the various ways that they've gone about attempting to treat it. And it is just a nasty weed. It is a nasty weed that is an invasive species. It's very difficult to eradicate once it gets a toehold. It is something that we need to try to figure out if there is some treatments that we can start implementing because it has affected us statewide.
Well, thank you for everything you're doing on behalf of Wyoming and the United States. Appreciate it. Have a great weekend.
Thank you.
You bet. Congresswoman Harriet Hageman on the show. We got a quick pause for the cause. We've got to take this break. We're running behind.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Sometimes fatherhood
I'm the first Viking who wouldn't kill a dragon.
can feel like an epic battle.
But you will.
But you can change your kid's world just by being there. And with a little help, you won't believe how high they can soar.
All right, bud, you ready?
I'm proud to call you my son.
Come on!
Never stop being a dad. To learn more, visit fathersincorporated.com.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
For decades, I've taught you everything I know. How to safely build a fire. How to control the flames. What to do with hot coals. How to secure your chains.
There's no sparks.
But I can only teach wildfire prevention. Only you can prevent wildfires.
That's going to take us up to top of the hour news break. We'll be back with more on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Much more. Don't go anywhere. This is going to be a fun Friday. It's the weekend after all. News next.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. As of Thursday, the Red Canyon Fire, the largest active wildfire in Wyoming, has burned nearly 127,000 acres in the southeastern corner of the Bighorn Basin and is 31% contained. But to add some complexity to the situation, an incoming cold front is poised to stir up more trouble for firefighters and communities already threatened by wildfires.
When the cold front arrives, which it started doing on Thursday and will continue throughout the day Friday, it's going to manifest as erratic, gusty winds, which if you're fighting a fire or there's the potential to start fires, that's not ideal because it's going to help spread the flames faster. But once the cold front moves on, there's going to be a change in the atmosphere over Wyoming. It's going to be cooler. It's going to be more moisture in the air, and that moisture could manifest as rainfall in places where it's most needed.
Fire restrictions have been enacted throughout Wyoming, including Yellowstone National Park, as summer heat and low precipitation continue to dry out the parched landscape. A Laramie County fire chief and his wife pleaded not guilty Thursday in Laramie County District Court to starving and imprisoning their 13-year-old adopted son. Derek and Angela Middlestead appeared before Laramie County District Court Judge Peter Froelicher on charges of aggravated child abuse and conspiracy to commit aggravated child abuse. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that the charges against the Cheyenne couple stem from an investigation that began June 22nd after their emaciated 13-year-old son was dropped off at the Youth Development Center in Douglas.
The wife dropped off their 13-year-old adopted son at a youth center in Douglas. He gave a false name and address, and then later, the next day in an interview, it came out who he was. He was extremely emaciated. You could see bones, according to the affidavit, and things like that. He had hair loss. And so that led to an investigation that removed the couple's other son that they had adopted, who was 6 years old, from their home. And according to the affidavit, this 13-year-old had his bedroom door blocked. He ate one meal a day. When he got to the hospital in Denver, he weighed 50 pounds.
The boy told his interviewer that he'd not been out of the house for 2 years and was not allowed to leave his room, watch TV, play with his brother, or go to the fire station with his dad. Last year, New Mexico passed a law making gun buyers wait a week before they can physically possess the guns they purchased. But making gun buyers weather a waiting period infringes on the Second Amendment. That's what a federal court circuit that oversees Wyoming ruled on Tuesday. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the Tuesday ruling will likely put neighboring officials in Colorado under a spotlight.
Strong wording out of the 10th Circuit. They were basically like, these blanket waiting periods are unconstitutional. They towed the line with the way the court system works, saying this particular law is likely unconstitutional. And so that hits back down to the lower court, where the lower court now has to reevaluate that law in light of the 10th Circuit saying this kind of thing is unconstitutional. And since Colorado's law is based on that same kind of thing, it puts the prosecutors and the officials in a real pickle where they're potentially faced with the reality of having to prosecute something or not that the 10th Circuit has resoundingly called unconstitutional.
Wyoming does not have a waiting period law. Such legislation is likely impossible at present under the supermajority Republican membership of the state's legislature. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Find expert vascular care right here in Wyoming. Wyoming Interventional and Vascular Associates, or WIVA, is a division of Casper Medical Imaging and is home to experienced subspecialized physicians and physician assistants who provide comprehensive services to treat vascular disease. From PAD and AAA to venous disease, WIVA offers tailored solutions to get you back to enjoying the things you love. Schedule a consultation with WIVA today at caspermedicalimaging.net/WIVA or by calling 307-577-1003.
A significant train derailment near Bosler in Albany County on Wednesday sparked a fire and left packages littered all over the tracks. About 20 rail cars were off the tracks along Wyoming Highway 30, starting a small fire on some of the damaged railroad ties, which was quickly extinguished. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that the derailment left a lot of debris along the highway.
It wasn't carrying anything hazardous. There's just a bunch of debris on the railroad tracks, and it happened far enough off the highway that there were no traffic impacts. So derailments aren't great. You never want to have them, but this one was pretty uneventful as far as they go.
Crews with Union Pacific are investigating the incident, but the cause has yet to be identified. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
So I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily. Because some people at school have noticed changes going on with you. And we're concerned.
Like what? Who?
Some of your friends, teachers. It sounds like you've lost interest in a lot of things lately. You're hanging with new friends.
So,
individually, maybe those things are no big deal. But taken together, and then the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We just want to understand better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we just want to make sure you understand the negative consequences for someone your age, the physical and mental health effects, the poor decision making, and the confusing legal aspects these days. So what do you say? Can we talk?
For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Well, it's definitely Friday. My Zoom room management has gone all to heck. It's derailed. Big thanks to Congresswoman Harriet Hageman for popping on. That was great. Bill Sniffen is supposed to be here right now, but he's not. Piper Fenimore is not supposed to be here right now, but she is. And I totally lost Andrew Rossi because Congresswoman Hageman ran over. So the morning schedule's complete disarray. Which I guess was par for a Friday. I mean, it is Friday. Mark Hines wrote this story of the Cowboy State Daily. Will wolf torture felony cruelty indictment spill over to Wyoming hunters? Answer from me, no. It's got nothing to do with the hunting aspect. News that Daniel resident Cody Roberts has been charged with felony animal cruelty for allegedly capturing, torturing a wolf has left some wondering if the case will have broader effects on Wyoming's wildlife policies. Answer, no. Representative Mike Schmid says it's a concern. I don't think so. You really got to be looking hard for it to be a concern. You need some intent here, deliberate or accidental. In other words, the fear is hunters are worried if we're going to go hard on Cody Roberts for animal cruelty against wildlife. Previously in Wyoming, animal cruelty laws basically concerned domestic animals. You couldn't torture a cat. You couldn't shoot your dog. Or maybe you could shoot your dog, but not 6 times, as we find out. You can't torture your own pets. It was rarely, if ever, applied to wildlife. Now there's, of course, a new law in the books just passed by the Wyoming legislature concerning cruelty to wildlife. The humane dispatch of wildlife. That law was not in place when Cody Roberts did his wolf thing. But there's concern right now, I guess, that this same kind of idea that's brought against Cody Roberts for alleged animal cruelty could be brought against hunters who make a bad shot or ranchers protecting their livestock from predators. There are areas of Wyoming where wolves can be shot on sight. But let's say you see a wolf, he's licking his lips and he's looking at one of your sheep, and you're in an area where the wolf is not a trophy hunted animal. He's considered a varmint. You can shoot the wolf legally, no problem. But what if you don't kill it? What if you only wing it? You wound him and you shoot his leg off or something. Or you shoot his lower jaw off or something. And now the wolf is not dead, but he's tortured. He's suffering. Is some county prosecutor going to come after you for animal cruelty? No. I say this is not the same thing as someone who intentionally prolongs the life, tortures and torments wildlife. A hunter who makes a bad shot, maybe you took a shot that was too long, you didn't make an accurate shot, you only wounded an animal, and maybe you make not a great effort towards blood tracking it to put it out of its misery to finish your hunt. Maybe you never find that elk. I know I hit it, you say, and there's the blood trail, and then you spend a couple hours and man, you never do track it down. Can you be cited for animal cruelty? No, it's not the same thing. Mike Schmidt, Republican Labarge, told Mark Hines of the Cowboy State Daily yesterday he's worried that could spill over. It is a concern, said Schmidt. What if I make a bad shot on an elk and it gets away from me? Or a deer or a pronghorn or anything? If I didn't make an effective kill, can that be charged as cruelty? I don't think so. I don't think that's how the law reads. I don't think that's anybody's intent. I don't think any prosecutor would bring charges against you for that. Wyoming Wildlife Advocates Executive Director Kristen Combs told Cowboy State Daily she thinks these worries are unfounded. I agree, Kristen. She said, I understand the worries, But I think those are very what-if scenarios that we could say about any law. The type of charge Roberts faces rests on allegations of deliberately, with forethought, with intent, making an animal suffer, not accidentally wounding wildlife. Kristen Combs adds, most hunters across the board will track a wounded animal down and put it out of its misery. That's just what hunters do. There's a very clear-cut distinction, she says, between doing something with intent and something being an accident. Yeah, I think so. I don't see an issue here. How's my Zoom room doing? Still no Bill Sniffen. Still Andrew Rossi's bailed on us. And even Piper has gone away. Okay. Yeah, I'm having not getting a handle on my visitation Zoom room. Cold front on the way could bring relief for the firefighters working on the Red Canyon fire, the largest actively burning fire in Wyoming, 127,000 acres. Here's the good news. Weather is coming that is going to slow that fire down because the weather's cooler, higher humidity. That'll help, and maybe even a little bit of rain. All that will help. With the exception of getting there. That weather is going to be in here for pretty much the week, next week. But getting there today, tomorrow, and Sunday, the transition to this weather, this cold front will bring chance of thunderstorms, will bring some wind and gusty winds. The good news on the Red Canyon, as Don Day points out in the story by Andrew Rossi, is likely to bring winds coming the other way. This transition, the cold front moves down with some heavy cold air. The first areas that will see the front are going to be Sheridan, Buffalo, Gillette. And that's already happening today. We see much cooler temps in Sheridan, Buffalo, Gillette, all the way down to Casper, starting to cool off for sure. And what it'll also bring is a change in wind direction, which could help the firefighters, Don Day said, because it may push the fire back on itself. The fire has been progressing from about 11 miles east of Thermopolis to the east, the northeast, and the southeast. And that's the prevailing wind in Wyoming, comes out of the southwest for the most part. Mostly westerly winds in this state. So any fire start is going to travel east almost every time. But in this change of weather systems, with the cold front coming in, could blow the wind back unusually the other way. And that's primarily good news for two reasons. The containment on this fire is primarily on that western edge where the fire started. That's the first thing firefighters do when they get a major wildfire is they start building containment, and they do that not only out front of the fire to prevent its advance, but first thing they do is go easy. Let's get the low-hanging fruit. Let's find where the fire started and build a fire line there in case it comes the other way, in case it heads in a direction where it's not likely to head, in case it comes back. So most of that 28% containment, and I think they're now saying 31% contain, most of that is on the western edge where the fire started. Not figuring you'll even need that containment. But look at this. We just might, because this weather pattern will push the fire back on itself into areas where it already burned. Now, that's primarily good news. There'll still be some areas where it didn't burn, where it might have blown over so fast it missed burning some of the grass and sage and whatnot. But for the most part, this will be a welcome wind pattern to have it come back on itself like this. That story from Andrew Rossi. Don Day does comment on the wind directions. He said it's certainly going to switch wind directions and cause some gustiness, but the wind direction will switch to push the fire back on itself in places it's already burned. That's good news for the firefighting efforts in Red Canyon. Jackie Dorothy also has a follow-up on that fire, talking about ranchers who already are worried that they're going to be feeling the effects of this fire, not only in the years to come with invasive species that come in behind fires like this, particularly cheatgrass. This area already has a lot of cheatgrass. Cheatgrass is, well, it's just what it's nicknamed, cheatgrass. It's not particularly useful forage for livestock, doesn't have the percentage content of usefulness. It's empty calories for livestock, and it also burns really well. It dries out quickly and it burns fast. And cheatgrass is what we're seeing burning. Cheatgrass is what comes in behind the fire. And yeah, that's going to be a real problem. Well, Bill Sniffen has made the scene about 20 minutes late. Okay. My Zoom room is a complete mess. Let's get Bill in here and see what he has to say for himself. Bill Sniffen, what are you doing?
You know, Jake, I'm down in Texas.
Oh.
And I'm my time zones are off, and I was fiddling around, and I'm thinking, oh my God, I'm late for Jake's Zoom room. I'm so sorry.
That's all right. You're falling right in line. Congresswoman Harriet Hageman was late. Andrew Rossi Piper was early. I'm all over the place with the schedule, so I'm just glad to have you any way we can. What's going on in Texas?
You know, my wife has some specialized medical treatment down here, and we have a daughter that lives in Dallas area. So, it was only like 106 the other day.
Bill.
And when I left Lander, it was that morning. It was 48 degrees, which was beautiful and a typical Wyoming morning. And I was dodging tornadoes and hailstorms, and between Amarillo and anyway, Wichita Falls came through at 106, and I says, I'm not in Wyoming anymore.
Yeah.
But anyway, it's okay. It was what I was doing is I love Highway 287. That's the main street of my town of Lander. And it runs all the way from Choteau, Montana to Port Arthur, Texas. And I'd never driven on it in Colorado. So I thought, well, I'm going to go see what it's like. Well, Jake, we call ourselves the Big Empty. No, I think there's a place emptier than this. It is just, I mean, I think the state tree out there is the windmill. I'm not sure.
280. I didn't realize 287 ran that long, and yeah, that's kind of a lonely highway, isn't it?
Well, it sure is down in that neck of the woods, and but I did find we have our fossil cabin in Medicine Bow that is allegedly the oldest building on Earth because it's made out of dinosaur bones, but they have a building in Lamar, Colorado that is made out of petrified wood, and they claim it's 175 million years old. So maybe we have a pretender to the throne on that. But anyway, that's kind of all that's new with me, Jake. I haven't been. Normally, I tune in the radio and see what people have been talking about, but man, I just tuned in and here I am. So, what's going on in Radio Land?
Well, the big news is Cody Roberts is back in the news. The Wolf guy facing a grand jury indictment Claire is all excited to explain what a grand jury indictment is. It's rare that a prosecutor chooses to use this route, but I guess not. It should be expected in this case because a grand jury means you can make people talk. And I think the prosecutor, when he was bumping around Sublette County asking Cody Roberts' friends, like, did he bring a wolf into a bar? Like, nobody would talk to him. So you get a grand jury together and you subpoena people and they have to talk to you. So now 18 months later, we got an indictment.
You know, that was every year I do a column about the biggest stories of the year. And that one ranked right up there. I mean, it was, I think the biggest story was that young man that was killed, the policeman up in Sheridan. We finally decided that was the number one story that year. But Cody Roberts, or is it Roberts?
Yeah.
He was number two, and there was some thinking that there would be a terrible what do you call it when you have feedback from around the world on that with tourism and hunting, and that did not materialize. There a lot of pundits were equating it to years ago when they had the young man again down in Laramie that was what was his name? God, they made the Laramie Project. You know, they did all those
that
really did affect Wyoming, and I thought this Cody Roberts thing would be the same, but it didn't seem to. It just sort of just went away. But now it's come back 18 months later, and I think he could be in a little trouble because I think that what he did was not a very smart thing to do. But as Mark Hines has said, there's a real gray area about cruelty to animals when it comes to hunting and trapping and things like that. I mean, it's there are people that don't want Bambi harmed, you know, but we live in a society out here in Wyoming that we relish hunting and fishing, and we certainly don't believe in you know, if you're out hunting an antelope or a deer or an elk, you sure don't want to gut shoot them or do something that's cruel to the animal. You want to dispatch them as cleanly as possible, but sometimes it happens.
Yeah.
And when it happens, it ends up being pretty ugly. But
the difference is it's a matter of intent when it comes to Cody Roberts. But you're right; that was one of the biggest news stories of the year. And you look at and the legality of it aside, you look at two incidents that the outside world views Wyoming as internationally, and it's the Matthew Shepard gay killing in Laramie, and it's the wolf. Like, there's people that's all they know of Wyoming. We hate gays and we torture wolves, and it's not a good look.
It's not a good look. I mean, we can protest here and say, wait a minute, there's a lot more to these stories than what you think. But as we know, people, it's the idea that my mind is all made up. Don't confuse me with facts. And but again, thanks for mentioning Matthew Shepard. I can't believe his name slipped my mind, but I certainly didn't think after experiencing that one, and boy, the national feedback was ugly on that. It was terrible. But Cody Roberts seemed to be a similar thing, but it just kind of just died away. But of course now here we are going through it. So that's going to be a very interesting news story to watch. And of course, we have literally the best reporter in the region, and Claire, all over it. And so we're all going to find out everything about it.
Yeah,
I think so. But yeah, it's a beautiful day here in Texas. It's nice here in the mornings, but boy, I tell you, in the afternoons it does get muggy, and I grew up in Iowa, and I think you grew up maybe in the East, but we had a thing in Iowa in August. They called it the dog days. And it was so hot and muggy, even the dogs went crazy. So,
even the dogs couldn't be bothered to get up off the porch. They just lay there like a bear rug.
Wandering around with their tongues hanging out.
Yeah, well, I mean, you mentioned before when you were on, that's why Texans love coming up here is to get a little relief. They will be jealous to hear next week's temperatures. We got highs in the low 70s, some places not getting out of the 60s next week.
Oh, my Lord.
Yeah, cold front coming in.
Wow. Well, I tell you what, that's those are great times. And of course, I love all seasons in Wyoming, but the fall really is our wonderful season. It kind of starts early usually, and it sometimes goes late. And boy, what a wonderful time of year! In fact, I've got a column coming where I just call it my Wyoming painted morning. And when I was here a couple of weeks ago, I got up early, and I mean, I like to get up really early and watch the sun come up, and you actually have to put on a sweater or a little vest or something sometimes, and you walk around. And where I live, I've got an area over by the river, the Paposia River, and you look and your shadow stretches way out, and I don't have a dog anymore, but I've got 4 ducks.
Really?
And these ducks are following me around. Those ducks are they're named Bully and Kanye and Mo and Pekin. Those are the 4 ducks, and they're so fat. My wife feeds them corn, and it's just pathetic. They drag along the ground. They're so fat.
I hope they can stay afloat.
They can float.
Okay.
They can't fly. But I'm wandering in this early morning hour. I'm wandering all around, and I hear a rooster crow, and it's just spectacular, and you hear and see things at that hour that it just makes you really feel alive. And so anyway, I'm being a little bit wistful Wyoming here, Jake, but that's kind of what I do, and I love Wyoming so much, and it's but I had an interesting thing. I'm going to tell a story about a guy. There's a really great guy in Casper named Dave Crum. And I had met Dave like 30 years ago. He has a big company called Crum Electric. And he and I had worked together on, I think, the Futures Project, which actually might have been 40 years ago. But anyway, he called me up one day and he said, Bill, can I come up and have lunch with you? And he lives in Casper. And I said, sure. And I'm thinking, what the heck is this about? And he came up, and gosh, we sat on my deck and for a little bit, and then went and had lunch. But he said, I just wanted to meet a guy that loves Wyoming as much as I do. And I thought, well, that was nice. But I do. That's what I'm always writing stories about Wyoming, because it's just and I've got, I've talked to you on the radio already about I did 3 or 4 bucket list items in the last few weeks. And one was, of course, Kilpecker Sand Dunes, and one was Bighorn Canyon, and one was Yellowstone, and then one was actually flying a plane again after 20 years. But I think we have talked about some of that before on your show. But it was really fun to be able to check these things off, because I was a pilot for 30 years. And there's just nothing. If you think Wyoming is big, boy, look at it from up there. It is really big. And if you think it's beautiful, it's really beautiful from up above. But I hadn't, I had a detached retina some years ago, and that they said I couldn't fly after that. And but I looked it up, and heck, that was 19 years ago. And I thought it was like 9 years ago. Boy, the time flies.
Yeah.
So I hadn't been in a small plane for 19 years, but it was sure. And the pilot I was with was. It appears that my detached retina isn't going to come back. But the doctor said that, the changes in air pressure being in an airplane can cause it to detach again. But anyway, that's just me rambling here, Jake. I don't know what else is going on.
Well, on the bucket list is an annual trip to Yellowstone. I mean, it is right next door, right in Wyoming. I got family coming in next week. We're going to go to Yellowstone. I don't know if we're going to see something like this couple saw and videoed, but a black bear chasing down a mule deer, Bill, and tackling it and killing it right there. They got right off the road, 200 feet off the Sylvan Pass in Yellowstone. My goodness, nature.
Nature is, again, it's a cruel place, as we said earlier, but you know, that just tells you how fast the doggone bear can move.
Yeah.
They don't look like they're fast. And you know, it's funny, Mark Hines and I did a thing about 2.5, 3 years ago, and we went to a Wyoming Wild Weekend sponsored by the Game and Fish, and they had where you had a mechanical grizzly bear, and you had your bear spray. You had to pop the top off and turn around and
right.
Well, of course, Mark is athletic. He did real well. They videoed us doing, and you know, in Instagram, now this is important. In Instagram, the last time they checked, that has had 780,000 views. You know, Jake, maybe I'm the most famous thing I've ever done in my life was spray a fake can of bear spray at a mechanical bear, because 780,000 people viewed it. My goodness.
Bill Sniffen getting the worst end of Robo Bear is gone viral. You would have never guessed. That's what you'll be known for, Bill.
That's what I mean. They said, the comments said, well, the one guy did okay, but that fat guy, that fat old guy, he didn't move.
That other guy, he's a dead man.
Lunch. You know what they call him? They call him Lunch.
Yeah.
No. But the other thing, too, this is an interesting story that Jimmy Orr will never let me publish this. But in one of my coffee table books, and this probably happened now 12, 15 years ago, but I saw some images, a guy from like New Jersey who was working at the park, of a scalded bison running down the road being chased by a grizzly. And I always joked it looked like the bear wanted a hot roast beef sandwich, but he was this poor bear. It's got a whole series of these photos, and it's just extraordinary. And I was always trying to get our editor Jimmy Orr to say we have to publish that. That's an amazing thing. He said that's too cruel. So getting back to the idea of good Lord, we don't want to glorify cruelty, but prior to that, before Cowboy State Day came into being, I did put it on the internet, and it had over 300,000 views. So again, that's one of those images that, and I own the images now because I bought them to use in my book. But I don't know. I still think that it was just such an extraordinary thing to watch. So, but you're right. Now that if we're going to show a bear running down a mule deer, maybe I can talk him into showing a grizzly running down a scalded bison.
It's the unfortunate world of nature taking its course, and that's what we love about Yellowstone. It's all natural. These things happen. Yeah. Crazy. Well, not every day scalded bison chased by a grizzly. That's like once in a lifetime. Wow.
That's what I thought.
All right, Bill, stay cool in Texas.
It's always good talking to you, buddy.
Yeah. Have a great weekend. Bill Sniffen, Cowboy State Daily. Let's take a quick break. We'll be right back with Cooking Wyoming. Piper's going to join us after this break.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Corr, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in Du Bois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to into our everyday lives. Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Mom, I got it. What are you doing in there?
I got stuck.
Are you a dog?
I wouldn't do that. Have you seen the pliers? Where'd you find those?
It's not your birthday.
Sorry.
Bye, Grandpa.
Bye, Grandpa.
Take care of yourself.
What are you doing? What are you looking for?
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a finally Friday. Friday means we're cooking Wyoming with Piper. Heather is with us as well. Piper Fenimore, Heather Jones. Heather is a clinical herbalist, owner of Enchanted Creek Apothecary, founded in 2018. You look fine, Piper. What are you trying to adjust? You guys look great.
Oh, thanks. Just volume. There we go.
Oh, volume. Am I too loud?
Not at all. I needed you a little bit louder. Bring it on, Jake.
All right, I'll try to yell louder. So this week we're foraging. I have so many questions for Heather and you too, Piper. What's on the menu, and what are we foraging? I mean, this is how man used to live. We just found stuff to eat outside. We're taking it back, old school. What's on the menu? What is Yellow Dock crackers, for instance?
So, Jake, this is taking foraging to a whole new level. Yellow Dock, fireweed, and prickly pear are on the menu today. And Heather was so kind to join us. She's with Enchanted Creek Apothecary. That's her own business. And foraging is just this old world technique, and we've taken it to bring Wyoming onto the table with this golden dock. Here's the crackers. Are these incredible? Look at these. They're just beautifully round. I used my waffle cone maker to make these crackers so that I didn't have a single use piece of equipment. But they're so wonderful, and you can make them sweet or savory, or even turn them into a waffle cone and use it for either ice cream or charcuterie and things. So it's kind of fun to play with these items that you can find out in your field in the back of your house.
Yes. What is Yellow Dock? I wouldn't know it if I stumbled over it. What is it?
Right.
It is right here.
Oh.
And once you see, you'll know.
It's kind of like related to another flower, Heather. It's out in the field, kind of like goldenrod. Goldenrod.
Yeah.
Now that you're saying that, Piper, I should have like referred to the family name, but it's all over the ditch banks. It is very commonly sprayed.
It's a weed.
It's
It's basically a weed that most farmers want out of their field.
Yes.
And it's not. It has so much health value. And it makes a gorgeous flour. We just dried it out. I ground it up into this fine, beautiful flour I made crackers and I made these little cakes, these little steamed cakes with it. And it's amazing.
Yeah, and this time of year, the seed head is what we're using. But what's nice is in the spring, you can use the root for medicine. You can use the leaf as medicine for tea. But this is my favorite part because we can bring it into our kitchens.
And by the way, Heather Jones, a lot of stuff you find out growing and whatnot, she turns into medicine. She processes, she makes tinctures, whatever, the tinctures, oils, vinegar extracts, stuff to help you. I want to talk about things that can aid your digestive system because I'm not sure I can digest this whole menu. We'll hit on that in a minute. But yes, these menu items do not sound appetizing. You're not supposed to eat a prickly pear just by name. That doesn't sound right. Eat it or drink it. Fireweed, yellow dock. These don't sound like things I want to go out and eat, but I guess you can.
Well, maybe we should find nicer names.
Well, so Heather made the prickly pear mead, which is an alcoholic beverage. It has the most wonderful viscosity. It's got this wonderful, almost creaminess to it. It has a hydration quality to it, kind of like aloe, actually exactly like aloe. So, or coconut water. It boosts your hydration incredibly as opposed to water, which is wonderful in Wyoming because we're such a desert community. The hydration of this prickly pear that you can find everywhere, another weed, another invasive in your pastures. And it's just gorgeous. We're going to combine it here. You want to pour a little bit of it?
No.
We're making it into a little bit of a cocktail this morning. So we're adding a little bit of lime, a twist of lime to this little beverage and some sparkling water. And what a refreshing beverage. It's got a little, look at that. It's got this gorgeous kind of syrupy consistency. And it's this lovely pale green. And it has this wonderful sweetness, kind of like a combination of cucumber and watermelon together. And it's so refreshing this time of year. What are the health benefits?
The health benefit, like you touched on with hydration, is super important in the desert. And they're not easy to harvest or process. However, once they got into the ferment, and this is a young ferment, so there's not a lot of alcohol. So we're hydrating. Kind of like a kombucha.
Yes.
Well, that's not surprising because, delicious. I mean, look at the plant itself. Prickly pear has to survive on very little water. You find it in arid desert climates. So, of course, it does good at hydration. And even if you drink it, it's just teaching what it already knows. That's pretty neat.
So it still has a little bit of the fiberness of within the prickly pear in the mead, which is going to be great for your digestion, Jake. So definitely, this is a digestive benefit.
I do Metamucil but I could probably do that for fiber. No,
please, you can. Please make the switch.
Okay, I will. All right, so I want to go back to the yellow dot crackers. What could you describe their taste as? What is something similar that I might know that it tastes like?
Well, I was pretty shocked with what Piper came up with because the flour itself is pretty bitter. But coming through in this cracker that she made, pairing it with the goat cheese.
I'm pairing it with a fig and honey goat cheese, which is kind of fun.
Came through so sweet, which I love. Is turning these digestive bitters that are bitter bringing it into the sweetness is so hard to do, and you've done that. And they're gorgeous.
And I don't know if you can see that. I just kind of put some goat cheese on the top of this gigantic cracker. And so the cracker is about 6 inches in diameter, and it's round. It's just beautiful. It's fun. Makes for a great presentation. But the goat cheese just adds a little more earthiness to it. And you're right, Heather. It has the yellow dock has a bit of a grassiness, a bit of earthiness to it that comes out nicely. It's just a beautiful combination with the goat cheese. And it has so many digestive benefits.
It does. So you're still getting the digestive benefits of it. And a sweet digestive bitter is dispersing. So it's going to move energy from places that have gone stagnant. So like in the liver, in your actual digestive tract, in your stomach even, it's going to help move energy. And that's a little Chinese medicine term to get the flow happening. So when it's stagnant and lazy, you can use sweet digestive bitters to really move the energy of your gut.
Yeah.
And I find that to be awesome because we're actually activating the body instead of saying, hey, here's all this synthetic fiber to really like bulk things up. And synthetic fiber. I couldn't help myself.
Right. My stupid Metamucil. Yeah. Heather Jones.
No.
Heather Jones with No. She's a clinical herbalist, owner of Enchanted Creek Apothecary, founded in 2018. You don't always eat your stuff that you find. Yeah. And you harvest a lot of these Rocky Mountain natural things you would find growing. You intentionally harvest them. And how would you apply them for best health benefits? You can eat some stuff. What else would you do?
Well, I love bringing it into the kitchen as often as possible, but I do make tinctures, digestive bitter extracts from vinegar, as well as alcohol. I have some small amounts that I ferment, but I really love getting the more strong chemicals out of the plants and that's when you get a tincture and a vinegar. You take a much smaller amount, so like 1 to 2 mils a few times a day to get digestive bitter benefits. And it's a concentrated extract of all of the active chemicals in the plant. And that's really talking to your organs. So getting in there and saying, hey, liver, let's do a little more detoxing, or concentrating bile in your gallbladder, helping to balance stomach acids and enzymes that are in your mouth and all the way into your digestive system of your stomach. And then really getting the most out of your food that you're eating by activating your whole system.
Yeah, I need to learn things that help digestion. I mean, I'm a big believer on like your stomach, your digestive system is your second brain. You do a lot of thinking. You know, people say gut feeling, like that is super important. Getting the most out of your food, which I don't eat particularly well, but I would like to aid my digestion, which I know isn't good. And I would love to learn more about that because,
we can talk.
We're working on that for you, Jake.
Yes. I mean, I need to eat more of what Piper's whipping up every Friday. I can start with that. And then I want to get some more elderberry into my diet, but the government says it's bad for me. I couldn't believe this, Heather.
Really?
Back in COVID.
Yeah.
Oh my God. I remember this.
Like, didn't they?
Did.
Elderberry was considered toxic or something. Like, that's just stupid. Oh,
I did a deep dive blog post on it, and I actually rewrote it with updated information last summer.
Yeah.
Because they did attack elderberry, saying it was bad for the immune system when that is something we have relied upon for centuries for the immune system.
Exactly.
But they did do that. And it is, let's come back to the herbs, please.
Yes, Heather Jones will set you straight. The government doesn't know anything. How about the fireweed tea? I need a sip of that.
We need a sip of that. It's right here. So this is the sun to moon tea. So I make a sun tea let it start steeping in the daytime in the full sun, and then I leave it overnight for the moon activation as well. So it's not just sun tea, and it is super light but refreshing. I've added mint from my gardens, lemon balm from my gardens, and then wild fireweed. And fireweed is super beneficial to your inflammatory responses. So again, working on the gut, but working on the entire body. And it's full of antioxidants. And because those things are water soluble, we're really able to harness them within a sun to moon tea or a ferment. So this I keep in the apothecary as a dried fermented flower.
Okay.
So fermentation enhances all of the phytochemicals. There have been clinical studies showing it increases them by up to 40%. So you're enhancing all of your phytonutrients. So your vitamin C, your quercetin that are all in the fireweed are going through the roof when you ferment it. And then we make a tea from it. So
cheers. This is amazing. It smells incredible. It brings out the lemon balm and the mint.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yes. And the fireweed has a bit of a grassy background note in it.
Definitely.
But you can tell that you're going to be getting all these wonderful benefits from it. It feels good when you drink it.
It does. And it's super hydrating.
Yeah, Heather, most people leave their tea out for the sun to do their thing. You talked about the moon. What is the moon going to bring out in your tea?
Well, we think about the moon and its power on the water of the earth, right? And the oceans and how the tides move with the moon. It's doing that in our bodies, and it's doing that right in here as well. So it's infusing the lunar energies, which are a lot more feminine. The sun is like hyper masculine, and the moon brings in this like grounding, feminine, slow down component. And it really does get the stirring going. And it's something that I love as like a hydration ritual. I love using the moon and the sun. I use that in my garden. So I'm not biodynamic certified, but I do try and plan the gardens so the herbs are in the ground and being harvested in the cycles of the moon and the sun. So that's in a nutshell, right?
Heather's going to live forever, I think, until 300, probably. But you are, you're not reinventing the wheel. You're taking things back to probably the way we were meant to live, way more connected with the earth. And look where every advance we make in the area of food is taking us further in unhealthy directions. You're just bringing it back to real basic stuff.
Yeah, you're talking my language. Like, please, I've been shouting from the rooftops, come back to nature.
Yeah.
The further we go from nature, the less healthy we get. And I see that. I've been practicing herbalism for 18 years. So I've really seen the digression, but also a progression for the people who are coming back. And that's really the goal of all this. Like, Piper's made these beautiful cakes and these crackers, and we have local cheese, and that all brings us into the kitchen. And then we can bring it into our, what I call your home apothecary, your supplement cabinet. Does not need to be complicated. Like 3 or 4 are going to get you dialed in all the areas you need. Talking about digestion, really enhancing it. You're getting more out of all the beautiful foods that you eat. And it is bringing us back to that ancestral knowledge. So I'm honored to be a part of that path.
Piper, thanks for having Heather on. Have you learned a bunch of stuff you're going to apply to your kitchen?
Oh, I learn stuff from Heather all the time, and applying it to the food is pretty amazing. So we're getting healthy here, Jake.
Yes, we are.
Well, I'll come kicking and screaming, but I do acknowledge I have got to get healthier, man. I really do.
You're gonna love it. You're gonna love it, Jake.
Heather, how do we find you're where are you? Powell, I want to say.
Powell. So just north of Cody. EnchantmentCreekHerbs.com is my website.
Yeah, can we get online to? Yeah, I want to. Yeah.
Yes, please.
Because
you're also at the farmers market.
Not right now. I'm not doing markets right now. So just online at my apothecary in Powell.
All right. She's Park County based and parked online where you can online order. I saw ways to fill my shopping cart with all kinds of stuff that's probably good for me. Heather Jones,
There you go.
herbalist and the founder of Enchanted Creek Apothecary. Special guest today on Cooking Wyoming with Piper. I learned something every Friday. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye,
Have
Jake.
a great
Bye.
weekend, ladies.
You
Cowboy
too.
State Daily Show. We got to take one last break this hour. We'll do it now.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
We come from a long line of farmers, and there's a sense of pride, but there's also a significant amount of pressure.
Farmers have to take care of their physical and their mental health, because what's a farm without a farmer?
Watching the sun come up, that's my time. I can have a cup of coffee, and every day is a new opportunity.
That's cool.
Yay!
Don't forget to check in on yourself. Love your mind.
And while we're having a Friday, we're getting everybody into the show, into the conversation. It's just the scheduling, the timing is all messed up, but that's all right. That's how Fridays go. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. That was a fun segment with Piper, Cooking Wyoming. And we've been foraging today, if you didn't notice. We'll be right back after we break for top of the hour news for our syndicates. Stay with us on this Friday, and thanks for being there.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. In February of 2024, Cody Roberts ran over a wolf with a snowmobile, brought it muzzled into a bar, and then shot it, setting off a firestorm of outrage across the globe. Although Roberts paid $250 last March toward a citation for violating Wyoming game and fish regulations against possessing wildlife, nearly 18 months later, a grand jury called for Roberts' indictment on a charge of felony cruelty to animals. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that to secure a conviction in this case, the top prosecutor in Sublette County will have to walk a tightrope of legal provisions and exceptions.
Really tricky because there's a felony cruelty to animals statute from 2024 that he can use that was in place at the time of the alleged torment, but it has an exception for lawful taking of wildlife. He can't point to Robert's earlier citation for unlawfully possessing wildlife because that actually doesn't cover wolves. So then he has to look at the four verbs within that exception and see whether what Roberts allegedly did is covered under a verb that's not within the exception.
There's also concerns that the case might open the door to animal cruelty allegations being brought against hunters or ranchers protecting their livestock from predators. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines spoke to experts on both sides of that question.
There is some concern that applying felony cruelty to animal charges in a wildlife case could spill over and have some negative effects on hunting or agriculture. Like a rancher goes to shoot a coyote that's killing his sheep and makes not the best shot and hits a coyote in the leg. Is he now going to face cruelty to animal charges? I've heard other people saying, nah, it applies properly to this case, but there's no real chance that it's going to spill over into other incidents and be misapplied to other cases. But that debate is out there.
In its 2025 legislative session, the state legislature passed a law criminalizing cruelty to wildlife. But prior to that, the state did have a felony animal cruelty law on the books, but it was routinely charged in cases involving domestic animals. As of Thursday, the Red Canyon Fire, the largest active wildfire in Wyoming, has burned nearly 127,000 acres in the southeastern corner of the Bighorn Basin and is 31% contained. Ranchers in the path of the huge fire are watching helplessly as their winter forage burns up. Cowboy State Daily's Jackie Dorothy spoke to several families who are now having to make heartbreaking decisions, like selling off their herds rather than watching them starve.
There's several issues, not just the grazing. We got the water loss, we got the grazing, and we also have the historic knowledge that these cows have. This is their home, so you have these cows that have calves every year, and they know where to take their calves. The ranchers who have had their rangeland devastated by this fire don't know quite the extent of the damage. They don't know if some of their pastures are even usable, and they also don't know if the BLM will allow them back on for up to 3 years.
Fire restrictions have been enacted throughout Wyoming, including Yellowstone National Park, as summer heat and low precipitation continue to dry out the parched landscape. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Find expert vascular care right here in Wyoming. Wyoming Interventional and Vascular Associates, or WIVA, is a division of Casper Medical Imaging and is home to experienced subspecialized physicians and physician assistants who provide comprehensive services to treat vascular disease. From PAD and AAA to venous disease, WIVA offers tailored solutions to get you back to enjoying the things you love. Schedule a consultation with WIVA today at caspermedicalimaging.net/WIVA or by calling 307-577-1003.
The age-old tale of predator and prey played out in dramatic fashion Sunday when a black bear in a full sprint chased down and killed a mule deer doe in full view of one of Yellowstone National Park's busiest highways. Cody residents Lauren and Cameron Newton were driving by and watched it happen. They told Outdoors reporter Mark Hines that it was a matter of having the incredible luck of being in just the right place at just the right time.
They were driving by just in time to catch a black bear chasing down and tackling and killing a mule deer doe. They think the doe might have had a previous injury, perhaps from getting clipped by a car there on the Sylvan Pass Highway. And I did talk to a bear expert in Canada, and she said, oh yeah, black bears, if they have the opportunity, if they have the opening to do something like that, they'll take advantage. They will chase down and kill a deer. So nothing unnatural, but it was just, again, these folks say they visit Yellowstone all the time. They've never seen anything like that or even close.
While the park always has something interesting to offer, it might be impossible to top the experience of watching a bear chase down a deer. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Corr for Cowboy State Daily.
I do not have guns at home.
I feel really safe and secure having a gun in the house.
Judge, my opponent is completely disregarding almost half of my arguments which I respond to.
Communities must step up
Laws
and
alone
protest
cannot
against this
stop a
normalized.
bullet.
Our community must educate and push back against all that violence.
Every individual needs to be aware of what they can do to keep kids safe.
I completely disagree.
I'm not going to listen to points that are completely ridiculous.
Point of inquiry. Do you guys even realize that the #1 killer of children and teens are gun injuries? Why are we fighting about this?
We have a serious problem in this country.
There is no adult in this earth that wants children to die.
I worry for my kids.
Cowboy State Daily Show. Finally Friday. Wendy's with us.
Hello.
Wendy Corr, what's happening?
It's Friday. Yay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No, it's good. There's all sorts of good things happening. I just got done with our team Zoom call and got to see the faces of all of our staff and all of our reporters. Always good to see everybody, see what they've been up to. And everybody's got such interesting stories that they're working on. And yet we've had a really great week, too. Some really interesting. Of course, that Red Canyon fire is the biggest story there, but also Cody Roberts' indictment is a big story. So we've got a lot of things happening right now that multiple reporters are working on from different angles.
Yeah, Cowboy State Newsroom, always busy as maybe the Sublette County Attorney's Office. Clayton Milinkovich said in part the reason why we haven't had any news on the Cody Roberts thing, his office was looking into it almost immediately upon, the whole Green River Wolf thing, the Green River Bar and Wolf visit. But he, as you can imagine, everybody he talked to in Sublette's like, what Wolf? Cody's a friend of mine. No comment. Like he wasn't getting anywhere. And then he's got that freaky thing of two people bow and arrow somebody in his cabin. For little Sublette County. They don't have many things like this. Your prosecuting attorney is suddenly up to his eyes in paperwork. Like he had a lot going on. So we finally do get Cody Roberts' grand jury. Claire must be out of her mind excited to see these developments. Like, when's the last time there was a grand jury convened and come up? Like, I didn't even know what it was. And she explains it.
Well, Claire she's so funny because she gets like really super excited about legalese. I mean, the legal stuff just lights her up. And so yesterday I had to Zoom with her about her stories, and it was so funny. I mean, we've talked about Claire a lot, but when I called her and she was in the middle of an event she had to go to in Lander for there was a news thing happening there. And so, but I needed to Zoom with her for our news stories for the newscast. And so she's in a stairwell and I let her into the story and she didn't even breathe. She just started in and all the details and stuff like that. She carries it in her brain. And I'm just like, how do you do that? There was no ums, there was no ahs. It was just, this is what's happening. And then we went on to the next story and said, this is what's happening. I'm like, okay, you go back to work now.
She's one of those rare people. I mean, she does nerd out on the whole legalese thing and crimes and courts. Like, she's so good at that. But she's one of those rare writers that can also get what's in their brain out onto a keyboard and engage their mouth at the same speed. Not many people can do that. Most writers, in fact, like struggle over getting stuff out and speaking like I'm doing now. But she's good. I love to watch her, listen to her talk. It just flows.
I know.
She's a good
it's
speaker.
Great.
Man.
I know it is. It's so interesting, which is why she's a good teacher. I mean, she mentors our columnists and stuff like that. And she's just very good at it. So we're really blessed to have her.
Mark Hines, his jam is wildlife, and we all got to look at something you do not see every day. A black bear chasing down a mule deer. I would have never thought.
You think about grizzlies being the carnivores, right? You don't think about the black bears. You think black bears and berries, right? And bark and bugs. But watching the berries, bark, and bugs. I think we should do something with that.
And now Bambi. Anything that starts with a B.
Add Bambi to that. My gosh. But to have those people over Sylvan Pass too, you don't look for the bears at Sylvan Pass because it's a lot of rock, it's a lot of scree, it's just there.
Yeah.
But man, to have that bear and that deer in that spot at that time in full view of the highway, that's a rare thing. And they caught it on camera. They caught it on video.
I know. And I can just imagine how it goes down. The husband tells the wife, and they go to Yellowstone all the time. They're in Cody. They go in the east entrance, Sylvan Pass. And he says, I see a mule deer. And she's probably like, big deal. We got mule deer in downtown Cody. He's like,
we do.
But this one's being chased by a bear. Wait a minute. Let's get the video going. What a moment.
That's great. What a moment. But to have the forthright, the thinking ahead to, I want to share this.
Yeah.
And so then the rest of us benefit from being able to see that. It's like last week when I was talking to Tom Mangleson, the photographer, they're out there, they're witnessing it. But when you take a camera with you, and then you post it, you share it, then that moment, it's not just yours anymore. For better or worse, it's not just yours anymore. You are sharing that with everyone else, and it becomes everyone else's experience as well. And I just really, really appreciate that. And I love it when people share their photos and their videos via social media. It just really is a lot of fun.
Yeah, it makes up for the times that I've, done the Grand Loop in Yellowstone and got 6 hours and skunked. I never saw any, I didn't see any wildlife. This makes up for it. One in a million shot. Wow.
Yeah. I know, it was great.
Okay, some 2 fire chiefs in the news, and unfortunately not for good things. One of them, helping himself to the muscular dystrophy fundraiser. Come on, dude. And the other one has pleaded not guilty along with his wife for treatment of a adopted son who claims he was locked in the house and fed once a day. God.
For 2 years and weighed 50 pounds. I really am struggling to get my mind around that.
Yeah, not good.
I just, as a mother, for one thing, as a mother, I can't get my mind around that. But as a human being, I can't get my mind around that. And so I'm just... the guy's a fire chief. He works with people all the time. Would you know if something like that is happening in the house of the person that you're working next to and that you're fighting fires with and that you're doing this? I just can't track it. And of course, innocent until proven guilty, obviously. But the fact remains, their 13-year-old son was 50 pounds. And dropped off under an assumed under a false name at the Douglas Youth Center. So there's something there, and you don't know what the sides are and what what their reasoning was, but it just doesn't track, and so I just don't understand.
Yeah, for the second year in a row, Wyoming's dealing with a pretty big fire, and a fire that's doing damage. Fire that's got the ranching community, the poor ag industry. That the elk fire, and now this Red Canyon fire, and the worst of what's going to happen will be in the months and years to come. We don't even know all that land that's burned up. I mean, that's potential hay. It's going to be tough on the cattle industry.
It really is. And, it's funny because just last weekend I went over the top of Dayton Ranchester there, the east side of the Bighorns.
Yeah.
And saw the aftermath of the big fires from last year. And that's still going to look that way for another 5 years until things really start growing in. But it's the situation with the Red Canyon fires, it's all scrub, right? There's not big forests. It's a grassland fire. Yeah. Jackie described it, though. She said there's so many ravines and things like that. So it makes it really difficult to fight. But what we're looking at here is, like you say, the agriculture, the pasture land for all of these cows these cows, they've been trained, it's in their DNA now. This is where we have our babies, right? And this is how you get to the river, and this is how you get to water, and this is how you get to the food. Well, now those poor cows are going to be discombobulated. They're not going to know. And that's going to really probably mess with their cycles. And, who knows what the actual results are going to be and what the issues are going to be going down the road.
Yeah, the loss of all that forage and the invasives that come in after fires, that's not good. A forest fire like the elk fire, has benefits. That's nature, replenishing, restoring. There's some pine trees that they don't release their seed unless they burn. Like there's benefits there. This fire is just fast moving and eating up cattle food. Like, I don't see the benefit. It's horrible. I hope we can get a handle on it. Got some cooler weather coming in next week. What's your podcast, by the way? Roundup?
I got Tom Lubnow. So
yeah.
Tom has, for better or worse, Tom's been, we're so glad he's been a columnist for us now for a while.
Yeah.
And his columns run from everything from entertainment. He talks about Led Zeppelin to he talks about, the free market. Right. But his education and his experience and his, law firm and stuff like that, he's just, and of course, being the House Speaker for several years there, he has just run the gamut as far as his knowledge and his ability to educate us. And so it really was a fun conversation with him about everything from firefighting to the town of Sunrise, Wyoming,
really?
To his policy and where his position is and why he writes his columns. And from his experience in the legislature, he hasn't been in the legislature for 10 years, but he's still considered an expert on so many things. So anyway, it was a great conversation, and I can't wait to share it with everybody. So tune into the Roundup this weekend. It's going to be great.
I love talking to him. He's a cool guy. You learn so much because we see things in the legislature that you know are sometimes baffling, confusing, whatever it is, and he makes sense of it. He was just there not that long ago, and he's not afraid to call some things out when he sees some wrongdoings, funny business. His column's fascinating. He loves his music too. That guy, he goes and sees a lot of shows. He loves music.
Well, and the thing that I appreciated so much about our conversation yesterday, and we'll wrap up here, but one of the things that he says is, we talk about getting rid of wasteful, spending or processes or things like that in the legislature. He said, but until you understand why those rules were set up in the first place, why those processes were set up in the first place, you can't just come in and say that's wasteful until you dig deep and you understand why it was set up that way. And then it's like, oh, I see. This makes sense. This isn't wasteful. This is here for a reason, and this is why.
Yeah.
And one of his things really is about explaining all of that, and how I was just going through and working on editing the transcript, and he says those who don't know their history are doomed to repeat it. He said, and that's why. Being a student of history, whether it's recent history in the Wyoming legislature, whether it's the history, archaeology, and all these other things that have happened, the Hart Mountain Relocation Center, things like that, we're doomed to repeat it if we don't know and we don't understand. And so anyway, it was a fascinating conversation. I can't wait to share it.
That's why I value Tom Lubnow is when I see like bills debated and I hear the quotes from our Cowboy State Daily reporters, I'm trying to form my own opinion. I'm like, is that bad? Is that good? Is that stupid? Is that smart? And I asked Tom, Tom can really put it in perspective. So you're back-to-back Toms on the Roundup.
I know, Mangelson and Lubnow.
Wow.
So that's good. Next week it won't be a Tom.
Okay.
So. Or a Dick or a Harry, I don't even think. So.
All right. Thanks. I can't wait for that. Tom Lubnow with the Roundup. Thanks, Wendy.
Thanks a lot, Jake.
Cowboy State Daily Show on a Friday. Wendy Core's Roundup this weekend. Got to be Tom Lubnow, former lawmaker, former Speaker of the House. Current.
What are you doing there?
I didn't mean to hit that ad break. That was a mistake of the mouse. The mouse has a life of its own. We'll be back with This Day in History. We'll also check in with the Western Ag Network and get our rodeo fix for the day. These things are coming up. We'll be right back.
The Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story will crow about Crowheart and Yodel over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, Laramie, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, Ten Sleep, good morning. Welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
All right, look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
We're your lungs. We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable. Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason. Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far.
A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
The Dutch. Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. This place that I call home.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake, and these are the things that happened this day in history. It's August 22nd. The Nez Perce, or the Nez Perce, depending on your pronunciation. The Nez Perce entered Yellowstone National Park during their great flight, their exodus, known as the Nez Perce Trail of Tears. 1877, it was this day the tribe entered into Yellowstone. They were on their way to Canada, trying to flee persecution after the Nez Perce War of 1877. They were denied reservation land, forced to flee towards Canada. They never made it. They surrendered and were marched to Fort Leavenworth, Kansas, where they endured deplorable conditions. Real sad moment in U.S. history. 1877, this day, the Nez Perce entered Yellowstone National Park during their Trail of Tears exodus towards Canada. This day in 1882, John Wesley Hoyt had his last day in office as territorial governor. His replacement had been sworn in on August 3rd, and Hoyt was just finishing out the last couple of weeks. He would go on to become the first president of the University of Wyoming in 1887. This day in 1890, a man in Laramie sued the city, claiming its lousy sidewalks gave him a terrible fall. Back in 1890, there were slip and fall lawyers even then. The lawsuit was for $5,000. Generally, Wyoming has always been a place where it's difficult to sue for slip and falls like this because of the natural accumulation of ice and snow. It's actual built into state statute regarding ice and snow and sidewalks, etc. I don't know if this slip and fall happened over winter and the lawsuit just now was filed on this day, 1890, because obviously this day is August 22nd. Don't know how this case turned out in 1890, but I do know there is precedent to make it very difficult to win these kind of lawsuits. Pinnacle Bank versus Via of 2004, just one of the many examples of how, if you fall on a sidewalk, it's probably your own fault. This day, 1902, Teddy Roosevelt became the first president to ride in an automobile in public. 1902. Remember how new the horseless carriage was in 1902. I mean, still pretty novel. Most people still getting around by horseback, but in 1902, Theodore Roosevelt became the first American president to ride in an automobile in public. Roosevelt, by the way, would also become another first president to ride in a submarine. Roosevelt, just a man of firsts, huh? This day, 1909, construction began on Sheridan-based telephone lines. Sheridan finally getting a phone in 1909. It was August 22nd when Casper's first movie theater opened in 1912. In 2006, fire station in Wilson, Vice President Dick Cheney places his vote in the Wyoming state primary election. That coverage of hometown boy VP Dick Cheney casting his vote at a fire station in Wilson on this day in 2006. And it was August 22nd, 2016, when Governor Matt Mead announced a sport shooting initiative. As reported on the governor's website, the initiative included encouragement for all Wyomingites to take part in the shooting sports. Go out to a gun range near you and brush up on your shooting. All these things happen on August 22nd, this day in history. Time to check in with the Western Ag Network. Will Rasmussen has the Rodeo Roadshow.
Hi, and welcome to the Rodeo Roadshow. I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network. Today, four-time national finals qualifier in the bareback riding, Mason Clements of Spanish Fork, Utah, joins the show. He's number 15 in the race for the world title. Today, we talk about the coming weekend ahead in the life of a bareback rider. Mason Clements from Utah on the Roadshow. Coming up next.
Cattle Producers Cattle Country Videos Frontier Fall Roundup video sale is Thursday, September 11th from Cheyenne, Wyoming. Sale takes place at the Cheyenne Frontier Days Event Center. However, deadline for the Frontier Fall Roundup video sale is coming up fast. It's Friday, August 22nd. So take advantage of this record high cattle market and be sure to contact a Cattle Country Video rep in your area to consign, or you can visit cattlecountryvideo.com. It's harvest time for Molson Coors High Country barley growers. That's right, farmers in Colorado, Idaho, Montana, and Wyoming are cutting another high-quality Moravian barley crop that'll eventually become Coors Banquet and Coors Light beer for consumers worldwide to enjoy. You know, Bill Coors once said, beer is made in the barley field because if you don't get good barley, you can't make good beer. And boy, he was absolutely right. Molson Coors wishes everyone a safe and bountiful harvest.
So speaking of that, 8 seconds over and on to the next one. You're on to the next one day after tomorrow. You're headed for Ramona, California, I believe you told me.
Yeah, we're going to jump on a plane tomorrow morning after a nice day of being home. Go over to get on a new one, a Will O'Connell. I haven't I've just seen a couple videos of. I'm pretty excited to get on this one. You're a great horse there, so it's just that opportunity. Time to capitalize on it. That's why it's so important to get rid of, the just silly mistakes that you make, or just bad horse or bad draw, or whatever the case may be. You didn't win. It's important to get over it because you got another big opportunity in front of you tomorrow in California, and then again in Tremont, Utah, Friday night. Through one of legacies that I have yet to put my rigging on. Really looking forward to get on this one. It's called Built Thrasher. Been around for a minute. I go to a lot of their rodeos. They're in my circuit here in Utah, Idaho, Nevada. So just that short memory, I'm already looking forward to winning the next two.
Bareback rider Mason Clements on the Rodeo Roadshow. I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
We're back. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake continues.
Yes, it does. And a Friday edition of the show. Here's a couple of stories we haven't picked up yet today on this Friday from the Cowboy State Daily. This one from Claire McFarland. Lyman man will plead guilty in the Fort Bridger murder, faces 50 to 75 years in prison. It's better than life. That's what he was looking at for the first-degree murder, but he has agreed to plead guilty to second-degree murder. If the judge accepts the plea agreement, Gray will be sentenced to 50 to 75 years. Gray is Skylar Gray, 37-year-old. This case goes back, if you can remember, Uintah County District Court back in November. Originally, it went to trial, but the incident stems from last August 31st, when court documents claim that Skylar Gray drove to a neighborhood in Fort Bridger on the evening of August 31st. He accosted Jeremy Jacques, 48-year-old, claiming Jacques owed him money, or owed him, I guess. He then shot Jacques 6 times, then another 4 times once Josh Jacques fell to the ground. So 10 bullet holes in him in all. Jacques was killed. In the ensuing charges, originally Gray's girlfriend or wife, was also charged. His wife, Shadon Oler, was charged last year as well with being an accessory. Her charges were eventually dropped, or a jury found her not guilty back in June. She did purchase the gun for her husband, but had no idea he would use it in this way. The gun involved is a .45 caliber. It was Oler's own gun. She bought that in December of 2023. She said, I won't be doing that again regarding buying guns. She said she's pretty much turned off to firearms at this point. Even unexpected gunshots in a movie make her anxious now. She heard the shots, but had no idea her husband was shooting Jacques, she said. The jury believed it, and she was acquitted. But meanwhile, Skylar Gray, 37-year-old, is looking at a plea agreement that'll keep him out of life in prison for the first-degree murder charge. He'll instead plead guilty to second-degree murder and accept a sentence somewhere around 50 to 75 years. He's 37 years old, so, I mean, if he doesn't get out early on parole, you can assume he'll spend the rest of his natural life in prison. Federal appeals court says waiting periods to buy guns are unconstitutional. This is bad news for New Mexico and Colorado. The 10th Circuit Court of Appeals, which includes Wyoming, has ruled that instituting waiting periods to buy guns, the so-called cool-off period, trying to prevent people from, people like Skylar, who we just mentioned, Skylar Gray, who's mad at Jeremy Jaquez and runs out and says, I'm going to buy a gun. This guy owes me. Maybe a cooling off period, a waiting period would be a good idea, but it's not constitutional. A federal court circuit that oversees Wyoming made the ruling Tuesday. New Mexico just last year passed a law making gun buyers wait a week before they can physically possess the gun they purchased lawfully. The law has a few exceptions on concealed carry holders, law enforcement people, etc. But two gun buyers, Paul Ortega and Rebecca Scott, challenged New Mexico's law after it went into effect in May of 24. And they asked a federal district court to block the law. The court decided, that was Judge James Browning, at first declined in July to hear it, but now it has been heard, and Judges Timothy Timkovich and Allison Hartwell-Ide disagreed with the lower court's decision. They overruled, and they said, yes, these cooling off periods infringe on the Second Amendment by preventing the lawful acquisition of firearms. So for New Mexico, they're going to have to rethink their law. Also, Colorado officials in the spotlight as they have a similar cooling off period. Both those states are going to have to rethink their current state statute. A few days ago, we talked about those freaky looking rabbits in Colorado that are growing. I don't even know what you call them. They're growing like horns. Some of them almost look like the where people got the idea of a jackalope. These rabbits have all kinds of weird growths on them. And now we see, if this is to be believed, and it's news in the U.S. Sun, so take it with a grain of salt. Although there are photos, never mind, move over mutant rabbits and zombie squirrels. There are now mutant deer that are spotted with gruesome pus-filled sores. It is gross to look at. It looks very much like what's going on with the rabbits and the weird external growths the rabbits have. Deer spotted with clusters of warts on their skin. This is in Washington, Department of Fish and Wildlife. And again, authorities assure us this is not unusual and natural. I don't know about that. I don't remember the last time I saw rabbits growing like horns out of their body, unless it is a jackalope. And I've not seen deer with these kinds of strange clusters, blisters, whatever they are. In the past 2 months, wildlife watchers have documented these cases of deer warts in New York, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Washington. It doesn't sound natural. The condition is a virus. The virus is fairly common, and you'll see outbreaks at this time of the season, say wildlife managers. It's often spread by disease-carrying insects like mosquitoes and ticks. But it don't look natural to me. This looks quite unusual. Game and fish. It's time to hear from Ray Hageman, see what else he has to say this week.
That goldfish that you've had in an aquarium that you can no longer take care of, well, dropping it in a city lake or out in the wild isn't a good idea. I'll explain why it isn't next on the Wyoming Outdoorsman. I'm Ray Hageman. Wyoming Game and Fish is urging the public to refrain from releasing pet fish, like goldfish, into local waterways. Recently, the game and fish biologists in the Jackson region discovered goldfish in the pond at May Park after receiving a tip from a concerned citizen. The introduction of exotic pets can pose serious risks to Wyoming's aquatic ecosystems. That's because goldfish are hardy animals, and they can survive Wyoming winters. They grow and reproduce quickly, though, depleting vital resources that native fish species rely on, introducing harmful diseases and competing directly with native populations for food and essential resources. Darren Ray, Jackson Regional Fisheries Supervisor, says releasing fish into Wyoming waters can quickly lead to new invasive populations that can be extremely difficult to remove, diverting fisheries managers from other critical responsibilities. He says given the serious impacts an illegal fish introduction can have on a fishery, this crime carries some of the highest penalties that exist for wildlife violations. Now, the Game and Fish advises all pet owners to be aware of laws that make certain species illegal to possess and to never release any plants or animals into the wild. If a pet becomes difficult to care for, or if aquarium plants need to be discarded, Game and Fish recommends following what's called the CARE guidelines. Contact the place where you purchased the pet to see if they'll take it back. Act responsibly by never letting animals or plants loose into the wild. Research other places that may be able to provide a new home for your pet. Pet stores, zoos, aquariums, science centers, animal shelters, and humane societies may be able to help. Euthanize the animal in a humane way. Now, that might be hard to consider, but this option is far kinder than letting it starve to death in the wild or destroying the homes of native animals. Always freeze unwanted aquarium plants and throw them out in the trash. For more information about exotic species that should not be released into the wild, the environmental consequences of doing so, and how to properly dispose of these species, go to the Wyoming Game and Fish Department's webpage called Don't Let It Loose. Wyoming Outdoorsman is a program produced by the Wyoming Game and Fish Department. Thanks for listening. I'm Ray Hageman.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake.
And we got to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll talk a little bit about Walmart has plans to redo their parking lots at numerous thousands of locations. Coming to a Walmart near you. What are they going to do to the parking lot? Any guess? We'll also talk about the feds. The Federal Reserve is meeting here in Jackson Hole. Whether they raise or lower interest rates is always the big concern. So is, too, I guess, climate change. Really? The feds? What can they do about climate change? Which we now know we're calling, what are we calling it now? Climate weird. Yeah. Even though Don Day had a chuckle over that. So we'll discuss those things and more right after our final break of the day on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake.
Wyoming is the Cowboy State. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because of some of the changes your friends and teachers have seen in you lately. And along with the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
Yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We'd like to understand it better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we want to make sure you know about the negative consequences for someone your age. So, can we talk?
Talk. They hear you.
Walmart says it's planning a game-changing addition to their store parking lots, thousands of locations. Walmart already sort of famous in the RV world for being a place that allows overnight parking of big rigs, which is pretty cool of Walmart. And very useful, very handy. If you're RVing and the local campground's full, or even, you don't even have to be RVing. I mean, if you're just driving something big, a truck and trailer, if you're a 18-wheeler, a trucker, and you just need to spend the night asleep off the road, Walmart's policy is to allow overnight parking in its ample parking lots. Walmart has lots of parking. But the new change, they're going to roll out a massive network of electric vehicle chargers across the United States. Charged EVs reported. EV charging stations. I mean, it makes sense if you're Walmart. You've already got a captive audience, so to speak. You got shoppers spending time there. Maybe the longer you're on the charge, the longer you're in the store shopping. I think that's the thinking behind Walmart. This will include Walmart, Sam's Clubs. By the year 2030, they expect to have thousands of locations with tens of thousands EV chargers online by the end of the decade. Industry expert Tom Maloney said. In 2023, the company announced it would install chargers at some pilot sites. 3 pilot sites are now open, 2 in Texas, 1 in Arkansas. And the thinking, I'm sure, is driven by dollars and cents. Walmart operates 5,200 stores across the country. 90% of Americans live within 10 miles of a Walmart or a Sam's Club. I must be in the 10%. I'm 3 hours from the nearest Walmart. But the idea of EVs, I don't know if it's so much driven by Walmart's pledge to go green and stop harmful air pollution of carbon and do all that, acknowledge the EV nation. I think they understand the people that do own EVs, and Walmart's not trying to influence whether you should buy one or not. If you already own one, Walmart sees the light bulb go on and they think, if we have charging stations in our parking lot and it takes, I don't know, how long does it take to charge your EV? I don't have one. Originally, it took hours. Like you'd have to leave it on the charger overnight. Now they're much quicker, much better technology. It might take a few hours, couple hours, 1 hour. I mean, it takes longer than, pulling up to the gas pump and pumping your gas. You can fill your tank in 3 minutes. It takes an hour, 2, 3, something like that, even with the fastest chargers. So what to do while you're charging in the Walmart parking lot? Shop. Yeah, great idea. Genius. Again, don't know if it's driven by trying to save the earth or make more money from shoppers. But Walmart announced EV charging stations going in their parking lots at thousands of Walmarts across the country. Orlando, Florida, a crosswalk has been repainted overnight. And nobody knows who did it. Well, the state did it, but nobody's sure why. Well, it's probably DEI. Here's what happened. There's a crosswalk in Orlando, Florida, that's part of the city's Pulse Memorial. The Pulse Memorial is a memorial honoring 49 people that were fatally shot by a gunman at an LGBTQ nightclub back in 2016. The nightclub was called Pulse. It was the largest mass shooting in the country at that time. You remember? I have vague recollection of it. 49 people shot dead at an LGBTQ nightclub in 2016. I believe the gunman was looking to target gays. He had an issue. So a memorial was put up, and it includes, colorful paintings. The nightclub, I'm pretty sure, is closed. It's been shuttered. Nobody's going to want to go to that nightclub. And there's a crosswalk at the corner of the Pulse Memorial that was painted in the rainbow colors that signify LGBTQ. And perhaps in an effort to cancel everything DEI, the state stepped in and repainted the crosswalk to look like every other regular crosswalk in Orlando. And when it happened overnight, like all of a sudden Wednesday night, people woke up Thursday and the crosswalk's been painted. Orlando Mayor Buddy Dyer said, I didn't do it. Our people didn't do it. And he called the removal of the crosswalk on social media, said it was a cruel political act. The state of Florida originally painted the crosswalk in the rainbow colors as part of the Pulse Memorial, and the state apparently has stepped in and painted it back to a regular old crosswalk. Brandon Wolf, one of the Pulse shooting surviving victims, he was at the nightclub the night that the shooter killed 49 people. He said, he just said, it's cowards. It's the work of cowards. The cowards who feel threatened by our lives should feel lucky they didn't have to bury the ones they love. And then watch the state come and desecrate their memory. Orlando, Florida, the Pulse Memorial Crosswalk repainted overnight by the state of Florida. Las Vegas says nobody's tipping anymore. In fact, we're not even going to Las Vegas anymore, right? What happens in Vegas doesn't even happen. The once generous tipping culture in Las Vegas is experiencing a downturn. According to the New York Post and a story they published the other day, a report says tips have plummeted in Las Vegas by as much as 50% compared to previous years. This drop in tipping, in fact, aligns with a drop in overall visitation to Sin City. Back in this last June, 11.3% drop in overall visitation to Las Vegas. Less people are going to Vegas, and when they do go, they're being a little more frugal about tipping the cocktail waitress, the bartender, and the blackjack dealer. Tipping is down in Las Vegas. That story from Travel Noir. Wyoming Public Radio is got an odd news story. I'm not bashing on public radio. I enjoy Wyoming Public Radio. If not for Wyoming Public Radio, there'd be no radio in many parts of the state. It's often the only station you can get. But their coverage of the Federal Reserve, right now, bankers, policymakers, economists are flocking to Jackson Hole for the week of the annual Federal Reserve. This is their big meeting every year when the Federal Reserve Bank decides at their annual economic symposium. One thing they decide is whether to do anything with the interest rates, and they also just talk about the economy. It's all about the economy, right? And interest rates. That's what the Federal Reserve does. They don't affect weather. They're not concerned with weather. Weather is not even a topic on the agenda when you look at what special guest speakers are going to be featured. But Wyoming Sounds, Wyoming Public Radio story says weather is going to be a big topic. Really? They quote Sarah Bloom Raskin, former Deputy Secretary of the U.S. Treasury, who is saying that the Federal Reserve should, if they're smart, consider weather, climate action. Critics call for climate action as Federal Reserve event kicks off in Jackson Hole. This story from Hannah Mersbach. And it is slanted to include global warming or climate change. And I guess Bloom Raskin, former member of the Federal Reserve Board of Governors, is quoted here saying the reason why the Fed should be worried about weather and changing weather and climate is because severe temperatures are already having an effect on hurting labor markets. She says, quote, extreme heat alone is costing the U.S. economy approximately $100 billion a year in labor productivity. And they cite some pretty fancy statistics. For every 1 degree increase in temperature, it reduces productivity. I could see that. I don't work as good in the heat. But I didn't know it was a issue enough to have the Fed Reserve consider global warming and what it's doing to the economy. All right. That's going to wrap it up for us on a Friday. Y'all have a great weekend. Cowboy State Daily Radio Network. We'll see you again first thing Monday. Jeff Rickett got the show for you tomorrow, stepping in for John Baggett. Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.